Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today, we are back. Oh, man, I biffed it. I didn't biff it. I KC'd it. I toyed it. Whatever you want. I was gonna come on talking like this and act like it was really hard to do Jay Sean's voice. Like I was losing it. But I'm not. I'm not losing my voice. Jay Sean's voice is actually not hard to do. Not hard to do at all. I don't know why. Maybe God wants him made fun of. I don't know. I'm kidding. Of course, that's not the real reason. But, you know, it is what it is. Will we have to hear more of Jay Sean today? Yes, we will. Because we are going to do part 2 of Vic Mignogna's deposition. We will be going through all that. I guess. I don't know if we're going to finish the deposition tonight or not. It is the long show. But we're going to get through as much as we can. And then we might have one more before Monica Rial. Twitter is abuzz today with all sorts of advanced legal analysis. Legal analysis so advanced that it left reality behind so long ago. Apparently, I am violating ethics. Ty is violating ethics. Everyone's ethics have been doxxed. All of the doxed ethics have occurred because I showed Vic's deposition. You know what, though? I learned today. They're just really concerned about Vic. They're really concerned that Vic might not have thought it was okay to release the depositions. Do we ask Vic's permission to leak the depositions? Did Nick ask Vic if it was okay? No, I didn't ask Vic if it was okay. Why would I? Ask anybody. I don't have to ask if it's okay. Because whether you like it or not, I'm a journalist. My methods are unorthodox. However, they do exist. And that comes with it a strong First Amendment protection to do things like broadcast a video that you obtain legally. Here's the conundrum to get the smooth brains on Twitter. A few more wrinkles for the smooth brains. That's the next GoFundMe, by the way, is wrinkles for the smooth brains. And Law Twitter has to know this. That's the funny part. Even if the video were obtained illegally, but then given to me in a legal way, such that I had nothing to do with the illegality of acquiring it, I would still be able to air it. Even if all of the privilege in the world existed over this video. And I hacked into Jay Sean's iron lung and then used that to bypass the security measures on his phone. And I took the video off of his phone. I have to sift through hours of hentai that he bought with GoFundMe money, of course, first. But once I get through the hentai and find Vic's deposition... Oh, wait, no, I mean, this is a bad analogy because this is me hacking. Sorry. Someone else hacking. Someone else hacks, sifts through the hentai, finds the thing, and then transmits it to me. It's okay. It's okay. even if it was locked down and privileged and all of the agreements were in place. That's okay for me to broadcast. As long as I didn't induce criminal activity, and as long as I didn't participate in criminal activity, it would still be protected for me to produce it. There's actually a lot of case law on this, and some landmark Supreme Court decisions about it. So, we're going to watch some video. And there ain't not much nobody can do about it. And of course, it's the Kafka trap, right? Well, did you ask Vic's permission? Yeah, I got Vic's permission. Oh, see, Vic is endorsing making fun of people and using the transcript to grind women into dirt. No, I didn't get Vic's permission. Oh, how could you not get Vic's permission before showing that sensitive video? Oh my goodness. These people aren't interested in one reality. They're in their own masturbatory universe, and they're stuck there, ladies and gentlemen. They got into a good rhythm, and they aren't leaving until it's over. So, I'm gonna just ignore their problems. Next, apparently, according to a tuba plays every time I tweet Mike Dunford. According to him, there's a real risk, and I'm rolling the dice on whether or not playing this video is an infringement of someone's copyright. And Mike, he is very familiar with this case law, and it leans heavily against fair use. I mean, really, like, you know what's a shame? What's a shame when someone who is purportedly respectable, or at least giving off that air, like I make no bones about my lack of respect or respectability. Either one, don't really care. Not in my interest. But Mike, I'm an academic attorney. Wait. I'm an academic attorney, and I'm a PhD candidate. Mike Dunford, the respectable academic attorney and PhD candidate, just throwing his credibility right in the gutter just because he doesn't like me. So his legal analysis goes, woo! His reality, his awareness of reality is out the window. It's great. It's fantastic. You can't ask people to shoot themselves right in their feet. Mars Girl can't shoot herself in the feet because she would have to shoot back upwards, and that would be dangerous because if she missed, she might hurt herself intensely. But it's great to see these people do this just out of their sheer baffling malice and bias. But, you know, again, it is what it is. It is what it is. But there's he's a buzz that there's a copyright infringement going on. And then, of course, there was the stipulated agreement at the beginning of the video. Many of you, I believe, caught it live. Some people were citing the transcript, furiously pointing out that there was a stipulated agreement in regards to the live stream that was broadcast at the time of deposition to Jamie Markey and Monica Rial, and presumably to Ron Toye watching from the next room them watch Vic Mignogna, because we know that's how he operates. Ron watches them watch dreamily at Vic on screen. That's what they wanted to do. I don't know why, but that's what they wanted to do. So there's a stipulated agreement about that live stream, and apparently the very, very bright and careful readers, well versed in legal analysis, argument, and just practical assessment of the situation, have failed to determine that stipulated agreement pertained to two specific words contained in the agreement. I'll let you figure out what the agreement about the live stream, what 2 words are critical to the analysis of whether or not permission from all parties was required for the recording and distribution of the live stream. Anyway, so this surreptitiously recorded and distributed live stream, never mind. I can't even keep up the joke because the analysis is so bad. See, this is what happens when you get into the Twitter circle jerk arena, especially law Twitter, because they're in a what is it? An armpit sweat sharing sniff session where they're rubbing each other's armpits together and then they're sniffing to see what the change is in their own smell. But it's all going to be about the same because they're all starting in the same place, right? There'll just be minor nuanced changes, but they can't get out of where they are. They're stuck. And they're stuck there because a couple people from law Twitter came into this situation just by happenstance. And made determinations about what was true based on a failed grasp of the facts or a complete lack of facts, a lack of actual reading of pleadings, a lack of assessment of motion, a lack of knowledge of Texas law, all of which they have definitely remedied and still have the exact same opinions as before, even when they're completely incorrect. But, you know, that's where they are now. They've committed to a position, and lawyers are very good at this. Very good at committing to a position and then reinforcing that position with somewhat okay arguments. Usually not great ones, but somewhat okay arguments. And they can support those positions with authority because they're doing, this is the problem with, and this is not limited to law Twitter. This is attorney argumentation in general. It's an a priori argument, always, right? You're taking a position, overtly taking a position, and then you're applying facts favorable to your position to law that is favorable to your position and arguing that this should be the application and interpretation that's used. It's not an argumentative method that is designed to get to the truth. It's an argumentative method that is designed to be adversarial and advocate for a specific position. And where you get to the truth is when you have the counter argument advocating in the opposite adversarial position. And when those two clash and someone in the middle who is not invested in either side uses those two arguments to find the factual scenario and apply the law in the middle and get to the truth. Okay? Lawyers are very good at making an a priori assertion that's probably redundant, and then reinforcing that argument with facts and law to suit its position. The difference between a lot of people and honest lawyers is honest lawyers are overt about their bias, right? You guys know that I'm pro-Vic. The arguments that I make that are based on fact and law are, of course, going to be favorable towards Vic. That's how it's going to be. I'm open about that so that you can always temper your assessment of what I say against that. Now, I try not to lie about the facts, try not to lie about the law. I try not to miss anything. When I say lie, I don't mean, oh, you caught him in a lie. I mean, I try not to get something wrong. I'm being tongue-in-cheek here. I try not to get something wrong on the facts or law or anything else, but they are going to be skewed towards Vic. Right? That's just the way it goes. Now, luckily, we have an adversarial set of facts and law and legal analysis on the other side. I happen to think that side is deficient, not just because of the bias. I think their reasoning is also deficient. But there's somewhere in the middle that has to come in. When you get in this circle jerk on Twitter, where everybody in this small group, in the small microcosm, right, Ron, is in agreement, it's very hard to get out because you don't have an adversarial position to pull people away. So they can stay there. They can stay there. All right, let's do this. GoFundMe time. We're gonna do the GoFundMe names, and you guys are killing me with the GoFundMe names. Okay, so we're gonna do the GoFundMe names, and then we're going to go to the we'll do a GoFundMe pulse check. Well, let's do that first. Where is that? Where's my GoFundMe? Here it is. And then I'm going to talk for just a few minutes about the GoFundMe specifically, because I need to clear something up. And I might need to ruin someone's day a little bit because, again, I think maybe Law Twitter and maybe even the defendants in this motion or in this action are so smart and so well prepared that they didn't bother to ever figure out how GoFundMe works. So we're going to talk about it just a little bit and see if we can help them out. All right, first things first. GoFundMe. Let me refresh it. This is from a few minutes ago. $218,219. Oh, that's cool. $218,219. Of the 300,000, it has been steadily rising. It has been steadily rising since they decided to tell everybody just how much it pisses them off that it exists. It just grows from there. So thank you. Thank you to Jay Sean for making the argument. Thank you to Law Twitter for reinforcing just how stupid Jay Sean's argument is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No one could be happier than me that this GoFundMe keeps growing. Well, I'm sure Vic and Ty are probably happier than... I don't know. I don't know if they get the same type of satisfaction, right, that I get. Because this just cracks me up. And it... Guys, my entire day, my entire goal during the day is to be sublimely humored. That's it. I've found that gives me more joy, just to find some sublime humor to things and enjoy them that way. And so seeing it go up with all these people, the Re Squad, with the Re Squad out there, just shrilly freaking out over it. It's like it's like a ribeye, medium rare Wagyu ribeye right there. Okay. So thank you for contributing. We're going to talk about how much has come in since they complained about it, and we're going to make a funny comparison in a little bit. But let's get to these names. So the name contest, which is not much of a contest, there's no prize other than if it makes me chuckle or laugh, it gets on here. I go back 24 hours from just a little bit before the show, and then I try to pick my favorite one. I try to pick my favorite one and make it a little bit noticeable, but all of these are funny. And there's so many more funny ones too. Some of them are in very similar themes to some of these, and that's going to make, I'm not going to put up a bunch of repeats, but you guys are very funny. Very funny. All right. So first we got Ron Toye's cuck sensitivity and how to forget about tweets training classes, which is a very important training session. People should really look into it if they need to forget tweets and if they need some cuck sensitivity. They're really experts in their field, and Ron Toye is a foremost preeminent scholar. The ditch where Carrie hid Casey's body. That's kind of good. Fiora Lemoine's baton death march, which is nice. That was nice of him to do that. It's nice of Fiora Lemoine to make an insensitive joke about Japanese imperial murder march that occurred at the same time as the Holocaust. Unicorn Führer. Well, you're a unicorn, aren't you? Wait, sorry, you're a unicorn, aren't you? You're a unicorn. What? What do you mean? There's only one of you. Where do you know where one unicorn is, Jay Sean? Oh, we've got Monica's macro fisher and Ron's micro jelly bean. Come on. This one was mean. I almost contacted GoFundMe to reject this donation. The mosquito that bit Lemoine. That was rude. That was rude. I mean, not the name. I mean, the fact that the mosquito that bit him decided to go ahead and send it in a donation. You should not still be alive. That's a long-lived mosquito. G. Griffin McGrift. Got a chuckle. Got a chuckle. It was a little grift joke thrown in. Not too many of those. Kind of unique. Don't tell me how to spend my money, J. Dolph. That was nice. That was nice. Lemoine's failed vocal coach. Like, all joking aside, you imagine, like, you're coaching this guy. He's gonna be a singer. He gets bit by a mosquito, and then he comes back and, all right, coach, I'm ready to hit the high F. That coach went straight to Minecraft. Ron Toye's tiny micro condom. I'm never gonna hear him say microcosm again. It'll be microcondom every time. Not Vic's problem, and it isn't. Will never be Vic's problem. Mars Girl's diseased uterus. Ouch. Oh. Mike, court reporters will sue you, Dunford. And then finally, my favorite was $5. This donation is more than Lemoine will get paid. Oh no. Oh, that's a shame. That is a shame. All right. Let me pull this off screen for a second, and I'm gonna pull up the I'm gonna pull up the GoFundMe terms and conditions. Very, very important. Very important. Okay, so the GoFundMe again, $218,219. Terms and conditions. We're not going to read through all of this, right? We're not going to read through all of this, but there's some clues hidden in the terms and conditions. Let's find them. Let's find them. Services are offered as a platform to allow an individual to post a fundraising campaign to the platform to accept monetary donations from donors. So there you go. Very simple. Very simple use of the service. It's just a place where they will connect a user with a donor, a donee with a donor, and the donee gets money from the donor. Now, this is important. The services, GoFundMe, are a platform. We're not a broker, financial institution, creditor, or charity, which means that they don't like to hold money. GoFundMe has no control over the conduct of or any information provided by a campaign organizer, charity, or blah, blah, blah. And they disclaim all liability in regards to the fullest extent permitted by applicable law. All donations are at your own risk. When you make a donation through the services, it is your responsibility to understand how your money will be used. Not responsible for any offers, promises, rewards, or promotions made or offered by charities, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So GoFundMe doesn't have anything to do with what people do, what people take out or put in or whatever. But they do have a fraud policy. We're not going to go to that, really. I mean, they do check for fraud very often, constantly. Here's the interesting thing. We're gonna come right back to this in just a second. This is GoFundMe's safety guaranteed refund policy. So, your donation is protected. Again, this is a clue. Takes a leap of faith to help someone else. That's why we want to honor your generosity by backing it up with the first and only guarantee for crowdfunding, the GoFundMe guarantee. In the rare case that something isn't right, we will refund your donation. Now, funds go to the right place. Every day, thousands of people get the help they need from generous donors. Our team of specialists work night and day to make sure the funds get to the intended recipient every time. If funds aren't delivered to the right person, we will donate the missing amount. So, they go ahead and make sure that the funds go to the right place, and we will refund your donation. Cool. Now, let's see how this thing works. Campaign organizer, registration obligations. If you choose to register for the services, maintain true, accurate, current, and complete information about yourself as prompted. Taxes are your responsibility. Member account modifications, public content, display of donations, promotions, data retention, mobile services, prohibited conduct. So, yeah, you've got, you're responsible for all campaign descriptions, comments. You can't use unlawful conduct to do it, and they have a list of things that they don't do. Here we go. In order to contribute to a campaign or to a charity, a donor will be required to provide GoFundMe with information regarding its credit card. Use a donor represent and warrant that such information is true. Minimum donation amount may apply. Donation payments are final and will not be refunded unless GoFundMe in its sole discretion agrees to issue a refund. They use third-party payment processing. Hold on. I think they say it on here. Here's one. From time to time, GoFundMe may place a hold on a campaign account, restricting withdrawals by a campaign organizer. Some of the reasons we may place a hold on a campaign account include the following. If we have reason to believe that information provided by campaign organizer is false, misleading, or fraudulent, if the funds available should be provided directly to a person other than the campaign organizer. Pay attention. It's in the terms of use. If the funds available, as determined by GoFundMe, should be provided directly to a person other than the campaign organizer, we will place a hold and not allow withdrawals. We have reason to believe that terms of use, or if it determines is colluding with donors to engage in fraudulent activity, suspicious or fraudulent donation, blah, 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 or court order. Okay, withdrawing donations from the campaign. While GoFundMe strives to make withdrawals available to you promptly, you acknowledge and agree that withdrawals may not be available for your use immediately. And GoFundMe does not guarantee that withdrawals will be able to use within a specific time frame, and they expressly disclaim any and all responsibility. Okay, you, as a campaign organizer, are responsible for ensuring that the information you provide to GoFundMe in order to process a withdrawal, including your account information, is accurate and up to date. GoFundMe may at any time or with any reason offer to issue a refund of donations with or without consulting you, which may compromise the entire amount donated to your campaign. GoFundMe is not liable to you for a third party for any claims, damages, costs, losses, or other consequences caused by GoFundMe issuing refunds. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Here's the thing, y'all. If you don't know how GoFundMe works, once you set up a campaign on behalf of a third party, they put an immediate hold on the account. Immediately. As in, I set up this campaign on February 19th. And on February 19th, there was a hold on the account. There was not a moment, there was not a dollar in the account that I could have withdrawn from it. Ever. Ever. Never was possible for me to withdraw money. In fact, there was a long process of getting the campaign beneficiary, which would have ultimately be the Beard, Harris, Bullock, and Hughes account that the campaign funds are destined for, that had to be set up. And there's a process that GoFundMe goes through to verify it. And you tend to have 30 days or maybe up to like 60 days for them to do it, because they don't like to hold money. They don't want to hold money month to month. I don't know if you're following, but GoFundMe does not want to be a bank in any way or be liable for interest in any way. They don't want to do that. So what they do is, As soon as you set it up and they determine that for a third party, they are immediately trying to get the third party's information so that they can get rid of the money. They don't want the money. GoFundMe wants their processing fee, and that's it. That's what they want. They don't want the rest of it. Holding money for someone else, that's risk. Risk is bad. It also could invoke acting like a bank. If they're acting like a bank because they're holding money and taking money in and putting money out to different people, then suddenly they get regulated in a different way. So to avoid that, they don't hold money. GoFundMe doesn't have the money. GoFundMe doesn't have $218,219 held on behalf of Vic Mignogna. So I want you to pay attention. If you're filing a motion to get information that's publicly available, that's dumb. And your due diligence would have found this out. There, of course, there's all sorts of guides on GoFundMe that are available. But if you think that you are going to somehow get a judge to get GoFundMe to give you money that's in this campaign, and you are not the intended recipient, I got news for you. GoFundMe doesn't have the money. GoFundMe sweeps the money that comes in out every day. Sweep, sweep, sweep. It doesn't sit there. They don't want it. So, if you think a judge is going to miraculously compel GoFundMe to take dollars donated to one person and give them to someone else, or if you think you're going to win a judgment against a person and maybe put a garnishment on the GoFundMe so that when it pays out, you get to garnish that payout and take the money from the payout, I got bad news. I got bad news. That money's not there. And I'm pretty sure there's a group of lawyers, which very, very smart and capable lawyers out there, who think that GoFundMe is just holding this massive pool of money and that they're going to like give it to Vic later and that they'll be able to put like a lien or a garnishment or something on that money through the courts. The power of the courts compel you. It's not going to happen. It's already gone. Like Kelly Clarkson or whatever. So that means you're not going to be fighting a GoFundMe. You're going to be fighting a law firm for money that you're not entitled to. So what are you going to do? Win a judgment? Good luck. That judgment is the start, I suppose. Funny thing about judgments, they get appealed. It's a long road. It's a long road if you think you're going to take GoFundMe money. It's a long road, and it's not going to be some simple garnishment. It's not going to be a levy against like waiting funds. It's not going to be anything like that. I hope. I mean, in deposition, Ron Toye said he's paid more than $10,000 in legal fees and less than $20,000 in legal fees. I hope Jay Sean didn't look at the $200,000 GoFundMe, or like $150 actually at the time of hiring it was probably around $100,000. Hope he didn't look at that GoFundMe and go, yeah, we can get a hold of that. We can do that. We can get a hold of that. 100,000, then you won't have to pay as much. Because Jay Sean, if you think you're going to get access to this, there's something else. I don't know. I've talked a little bit about Ty, right? I've talked a little bit about Ty. Ty has a now, like I said on Twitter, Ty has never even heard of a deposition before I had to explain it to him. That's because that, yeah. Ty, Beard Harris, Bullock and Hughes has been a successfully operating law firm for quite a long time. Ty's been practicing for 22 years. There's a combined 150 years of experience, like on this case or something. I don't remember the exact propaganda material or whatever about their experience. These are not new people. And what was the slag against Ty? Oh, he's an estates and trust attorney. Does commercial real estate blah blah blah. Right? And doesn't know nothing about no defamation. Well, you can make your own assessments about Ty's defamation ability, his defamation practice, and the practice of his firm. I don't care. I know what I think about it, but I don't care what you think about it. But you know where Ty's specialty is? Asset protection for very wealthy people. So, let me just remind you that a judgment is just a piece of paper. Having a self-employed individual who might have some sort of risk of exposure to a significant financial strife. One thing you want is someone who specializes in protecting what assets are around. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing this out because I don't know if I've ever said that before. I don't know if I've ever talked about the fact that, I've talked about the fact that, 9-figure net worth people hire Beard, Harris, Bullock, and Hughes all the time. That's their, target market is 9-figure net worth people. People worth individually more than Sony purchased Funimation for is their target market. Okay? And those people want their assets protected because they worked really hard to get them. And they've been doing this a very long time. So, I don't know what capacities Ty is representing Vic in, but I might suggest that if I were an asset protection specialist who also did other practice, and I saw one of my clients with a potential risk, I would probably advise them on protecting those assets. So, have fun. Have fun going after them. The GoFundMe money's going right to Monica and Ron. Okay. Sure it is. Texas is a great state for that. They'll just get it. That's how it happens. That's how the magic happens in real world, right? Law Twitter. You get a judgment and then Vic will just have to magically pony up money to other people. Or they could just take it from the GoFundMe, right? Well, have fun. Let's point out something here. Oh, we're now up to 218,554. I think when they attacked the GoFundMe, we were at 183,000. 183,000, right? So if we go 218, just for sake of ease, minus 183, that's $35,000 that Lemoine and Casey have helped us raise. Thank you very much, Lemoine and Casey. Thank you very much for helping raise $35,000 that will be used to just step all over your bad legal arguments. And I can tell you where it probably won't end up. And if you thought that there was going to be some sort of payday because there's this chunk of money sitting in a GoFundMe, I really hope your clients can keep you funded while you chase that money down. If you even win. And boys, how you doing? How you doing on your case right now? Those clients producing all those facts they promised, all those testimonials from all those 30 plus women that were definitely going to come forward and put their hand on a Bible and tell the story of how Vic looked seductively into their eyes and then they suddenly were assaulted by their own mimsies. That those 30 plus women that were going to parade through court and tell that story, the 10 plus people, the dozens and dozens of people involved in the Funimation investigation, the mountains and mountains of testimony and people ready to tell their stories under oath. How are those facts coming, Casey, Jay, Sean, Andrea? How's that retainer looking? Because best I can tell, since you complained about the GoFundMe, people have donated to Vic roughly triple what you all have been paid combined. In 3 weeks. You have been working for free. I hope Monica and Ron can pay for it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I know he's very successful mortgage guy, and she's a more successful voice actress than Vic, according to Ron. So I'm sure they have a lot of assets. You better start asking them where the checks are. Where the checks are. These two people who had to just 3-4 years ago sue their landlord of their apartment for black mold. Do you think they're writing you that $100,000 legal fee check? Just a couple years ago, suing their apartment owner, their apartment landlord, for black mold. These are high income individuals with a massive net worth hanging behind them, and they're not dumping money on $90,000 Audis. A mortgage guy would never. Now, you know who would never get a loan on their house that's at like their maximum debt to income ratio? A mortgage guy. He would never be able to maybe get a little leeway in on an underwriter to get a little extra, maybe that extra 20, 30,000 they need to get to closing. That never would happen with a mortgage lender. That never. So just think, Jay, Sean, and Casey, that mortgage lender, that voice actress who's making like, 75 $75 an hour with no residuals and no royalties on any of those productions, just that studio time and those dwindling lines at conventions. And that mortgage broker who's probably making, a decent middle class, maybe upper middle class wage. I mean, he just suddenly had to stop working at his other company and got a new job, but I'm sure it's more money at the new job. All of this is going just right? They're probably not struggling to pay their mortgage. They're probably not struggling to curb their spending habits. They probably don't have a high travel budget due to, Ron attending conventions with Monica. How many's he been attending with Monica lately? What was the last one he went to? He couldn't even remember. That indicates a pretty... Maybe the travel budget isn't as big as it was. I hope he didn't buy that Audi. That's a big car note. So I just want to pitch that out there, Casey and Lemoine. I hope you got a bigger retainer and Ron just didn't recall how much he's actually paid. Because if you're chasing down a GoFundMe, you haven't even gotten the judgment that you might think you're going to get. And even if you do they have the money to chase that GoFundMe down? I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right. So I wanted to point that out there. Do I have access to the GoFundMe or any of the dollars in it? As I've said over and over, no, of course not. GoFundMe isn't stupid. They're not stupid. Does Vic have control over the GoFundMe? Nope. He's not listed as a campaign manager. I guess I ostensibly have some level of control. I could close it. I could shut it off or something. I don't know why I would even think about doing that. But presumably that's some level of control that I would have. Do I have access to the money? No. They can't give it to me because they're insured against fraud. And if they were to not have adequate checks in place, they probably couldn't be insured against fraud. So the money, all of the money outside of, donations you make today will probably process on Monday or whatever. But the overwhelming majority, something like 98% of the money at any given time will have gone to the targeted account at Beard, Harris, Bullock, and Hughes. So good luck. Good luck. I hope that doesn't change your calculus on going after the money. I hope that doesn't worry you. All right. We are now over 10,000 viewers. Let's get to this deposition, shall we? I had to put that out there because I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Here we go. Just a second. I am pretty sure that they're based on how their legal strategy has gone the entire time, they have been absolutely wrong on their strategy, on their planning, on their understanding of the facts. All of it is demonstrably incorrect. And so I can only assume that their grasp of reality about the GoFundMe is similarly incorrect. And I bet their legal strategy is being molded around the idea that they're going to somehow get a judge to get money from GoFundMe rather than from a law firm that will appeal. I mean, you try and take money from a law firm. Go ahead, try and take it and see how willing they are to just write you a check. All right. Brief point of order before we hit this depo. Whatever that claim I got last night is not, it vanished. So it's potentially a couple things. I never actually saw it on my YouTube account. I got an email about it. It was either some sort of error, or it was withdrawn, or I read about some phishing scams where people try to get access or something, or try to get information by sending a cloned email type thing. I don't know what it was. Could have been a scam, could have been an error, could have been reversed or withdrawn. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. But it's not there, so far, no harm, no foul. But I did take some precautions just in case it was a phishing thing, but it's gone. So we'll see. Well, we probably won't see, because I'm guessing I'll never hear about it again. But yeah. So, all right, White Knight. Let me do a couple of super chats, just like 10, and then we're going to start the deposition, then I'll catch up on them. White Knight says, just like to thank whoever mentioned in the last stream that Sabaton was touring this year. I might have missed getting tickets if you didn't say something, as I'd written them off. Should mention I donated $100 to the GoFundMe. Hey, thanks, White Knight Leo. Very, very much appreciated. Lost Traveler says, Nick, did you or someone else ask to make your enemies ridiculous? I think it was granted. It seems anyone who thinks of you as an enemy turns ridiculous even when they seemed competent before. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how effective ridicule is? Because it... Oh, no, it's not even ridicule. It's a constant desire to find joy and make money. You find joy and make money, your enemies will hate you to the point of making themselves ridiculous. They don't like to see it. They don't like to see people having fun and enjoy, not enjoy. And they don't like to see people making money. When those two combine, you get a Captain Planet of comedy. That guy over there says, just waiting for Ron to show up and be asked, Ron, what are you doing here? Ron responded, I don't remember. Vic answers, let me read from Exhibit 28. Noise in the background. Objection to form. AK Arbiter says, like how Ron claimed Casey telling the woman to settle down was his alpha moment. Also sent you a DM, Nick, about something I noticed from last night's stream. I'll check it out. But did Ron actually claim that Casey trying to flex on Carrie was Ron's alpha moment? I mean, the funny thing is, of course, is that would be how a cuck would engage in alpha behavior, right? He would let the bull body for him. He would let the bull body for him. No, I'm not going to show you the email. We don't need to, like... Anyway. Okay. Wadsworth says, first super chat, thanks for doing all this and reminding me there's still good people in the world that help one another. Give Vic a koala hug next time you see him from us. Got hit in the feels after part 1. Well, here's part 2. John Johnson says, Nick, my schedule won't allow me to watch live, but this week has been so entertaining. I'm now fully committed to this grift. Awesome. I made 2 GoFundMe donations and bought a Ridge wallet. Hey, thanks. And I don't even give a damn about anime. Attaboy. Attaboy. Hopefully you use the Ridge promo code. By the way, the next Ridge commercial will be sometime this next week. I've got 5 of them scheduled, but it's like 1 a week. So I don't want to overwhelm people with those things. Ink Penification says, Ty, what time is it? Ron, well, it depends on what standard you're referring to. Ty, you know what time it is? Ron, are you talking about the 24-hour or the 12-hour clock? I didn't know Ty was deposing Destiny. Ty, I have to throttle you a bit when you see this, Ty. You should have asked Ron, does he care about the negative effects of illegal immigration on the black community? I want to know what Ron thinks about that. Mithrin Emrys says, did Casey drop the ball on Discovery because he was too busy moving to his new firm? How do you screw up this badly? Is that why Führer Jadolf had to come aboard? JFC, this is amateur hour BS. Oh, buddy, it's bad. It's bad. No document production. No documents. Oh, and let me suggest this. I can humbly suggest that from sources that I have independently confirmed, Ron is engaging in dodging Discovery and has perjured himself on his own video. That's great. Great. Ryan Mercado says, why is Law Twitter so obsessed with you? Because Law Twitter doesn't realize why they're not making money and why they're unhappy. That's it. That's the long and short of it. That's the long and short of it. Okay, let's jump into this. That was 10 of them. We're going to go... We've got more super chats, but I want to start this thing because we got a lot of people watching. All right.
And we are back on the record for the beginning of disc number 3. The time is 12:54.
Has Chuck Huber ever been authorized by you or to your knowledge to try and settle this lawsuit?
Authorized?
Yes.
Define authorized, if you would, please.
Did you tell Mr. Huber go settle this lawsuit for me?
No.
Okay.
Shane BTF. Oh. Sorry. I can't even. Oh, Shane just got reamed out.
Have you ever been diagnosed as a sex addict?
No.
Have you ever been diagnosed with West Nile?
Ever received treatment as a sex addict?
No.
Is there anyone ever told you that they thought you were a sex addict?
Not to my knowledge.
I'm going to show you what I've pre-marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
I will represent to you that it is an email that was sent to Ms. Rial in March of 2013 by a person identifying themselves as Chuck Huber. First question, I'm looking at the first page of Exhibit 12. Do you recognize fireflyworks@gmail.com? Is that an email you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And whose email is that?
Chuck Huber's.
All right. If you would, using the Bates label at the bottom, if you would turn to page 3 of Exhibit 12. First full email in the middle of the page.
Yes, sir.
Appears to be from Chuck Huber on March 6, 2019. And then it says, from Vic Mignogna, my name is Vic Mignogna and I'm a sex addict. Any idea why Mr. Huber would be emailing something like that to Monica Rial?
This is a very, very disingenuous line of questioning. And they put it in here for this because they wanted to put that email into this transcript. Very disingenuous. You want to know why I make fun of Jay Sean? Because he is misrepresenting blatantly, and he knows it, what happened here. But here we go.
You'd have to ask Mr. Huber.
All right. Certainly nothing that you were authorized. You
No,
authorized
sir.
him to do.
He wrote
All right.
this.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yeah.
When?
I don't remember. He considers himself a friend of many of the parties involved, and apparently he wanted to try to see if he could help, and he crafted this. I didn't authorize any of it.
And so did he email it to you or just tell you about it?
I don't remember.
And do you have a policy of deleting emails the same as you do with regard to deleting texts?
Well, I get a lot of emails, sir.
Objection non-responsive. Do you have a policy of deleting emails the same as you do of deleting
Once
texts?
I read them, they go into an old mail folder, but I don't permanently delete them. No.
Okay, so if Mr. Huber sent you this email, it would be in some folder
Yes,
in
sir.
the
I
computer.
suppose so.
And just, I know that this is your first litigation, so just so you know, there's a concept in litigation called spoliation.
I'm sorry. What is it called?
Concept called spoliation.
Spoliation.
Spoilation. Right? Am I right? No, spoliation. Dang it. I thought it was just his disabled speech. Aw, rats. Now I look dumb. That's okay. I'm with it. I'm with looking dumb. Let's see.
SPOILATION,
Okay.
as in to spoil something.
Oh, okay.
And
But
one
see,
of the
then he
things with regard
spelled
to
it wrong.
spoliation-
No, it's SPOLI. It's spoliation. How do you pronounce it correctly and then spell it wrong? That was weird. Sorry.
What is it called?
Concept called spoliation.
Spoliation.
SPOILATION,
Okay.
as in to spoil something.
Oh, okay.
And one of the things with regard to spoliation is that when litigation starts, you shouldn't delete relevant information. You follow me so far?
Oh, sure.
So, for instance, you shouldn't do anything to delete emails off your computer
Of course.
or phone and things like that. You understand?
Is Lemoine giving Vic legal advice here? Is he Vic's attorney? What's happening here?
Understand?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. Okay, so very clear in your mind that Mr. Huber was not authorized to send this email saying that Vic Mignogna is a sex addict.
I did not consult with him or agree to any of this. He wrote this.
Okay, and when you saw it, did you ask him a question of why are you saying that I'm a sex addict?
No, it never really got that far because he contacted me and said that Monica and Ron rejected what he wrote.
Okay.
It didn't go very far at all.
All right. If you turn to page 1 of Exhibit 12.
Hey, Jay Sean, why don't you read what Monica and Ron wrote? Or what Chuck wrote for Monica? What Chuck wrote for Monica and Ron? I don't want to put words in their mouth. Maybe we should read that. You guys want to see what Chuck wrote for Monica and Ron?
I want to start from the top. The second email on March 26, 2019 at 4:06 p.m. You with me?
406.
Sorry, Counsel, which page?
Page 1.
From Chuck? At 406?
Yes.
Yes.
You with me?
Sure.
All right. It says, Sean and Chris are not going to show up in court for you. You will be on your own. Do you have any idea who he might be referring to, the Sean and Chris?
The only Sean and Chris I know in this situation are Sean Schimmel and Chris Sabat.
And who is Sean Schimmel?
He's a voice actor.
And any idea why Mr. Huber would be referencing Sean Schimmel in this
No,
email?
sir. You'll have to ask Mr. Huber.
Okay. And do you recall receiving this part of the email chain from where Mr. Huber
No, I
would have
don't
forwarded?
recall. I don't recall if he sent me this, because I don't recall seeing
Just a second,
any
guys.
correspondence between he and Monica. He told me that he had sent something to her and that they had refused to agree to it.
Okay. And did he ever have a discussion of what the terms were of that he
No.
sent?
No, sir.
Did you ask him what the terms were?
Not that I recall.
So, just so I understand, how did this Chuck Huber involvement, how did it come to your knowledge?
Well, as you pointed out, we talked about earlier this morning, Chuck has been a friend. I've considered Chuck a friend for a long time.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Hold on. Let me pull it up here. Before we get too far, I don't want to get too far on this. While we're putting words in people's mouths, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's put words in people's mouths. Let's see. Oh God, this is gonna be. I'm not gonna put this on screen, just because the formatting on it is just annoying, just annoying. But let's put words in their mouths. Here we go. Just so you guys, well, I'll put it on screen for just a second. Okay, see, the formatting's a mess because it's an email chain. So, there you go. There you go. But here we go. Things have gotten out of hand. And some form of working together is the only way to solve the split that has fractured the fandom we all love. This statement intends to start that healing process. Some of the ways we have spoken out against Vic have been over the top and have done harm to victims of sexual assault by making it more difficult for them to come forward. I think maybe we should we just do that much? Should we just leave it there since that's all Jay Sean read was just a little bit? No, I'll read the whole thing. We don't do that. We don't do that. Okay, where were we? Yeah, some of the ways we've spoken out against Vic have been over the top and have done harm to the victims of sexual assault by making it more difficult for them to come forward. So many of you have reached out to us to tell your stories not related to Vic, and we encourage you to continue. We agree that everyone has a right to demonstrate that they've changed and that Vic should be given that opportunity. Our zeal to protect all victims of sexual assault, moved by heightened social attention, has caused us to misunderstand and misstate stories regarding Vic, indicating they were akin to criminal offenses when they were just inappropriate advances. Our intention has never been to destroy Vic, but to help him realize his behavior and to lift up victims who have been hurt. We're willing to start again, and we ask everyone to join us. And they said no. They said no to that. And by the way, what Chuck drafted for them, I think, was absolutely ridiculous. I thought it was a weak statement on their part. I thought it let him off really easy. And that limp-wristed statement, and I'm not bad-mouthing Chuck here at all. Chuck is trying to make a deal happen, okay? So he gives them that softball that they can hit out of the park and completely absolve themselves according to his deal. Now, of course, if they agree to that, then presumably Vic would have to agree to his statement. And trust me, there's no way on earth that statement would be getting agreed to. It just well, you heard the beginning, right? And they said no. They said no to that. So, just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So all of this, we just want Vic to get help. We just want Vic to get better. We still love Vic, and he just made a mistake, and we just want him to admit his mistake and move on. And then you heard the statement, which says that. And they've represented publicly that that's what they wanted. But when presented with a statement that gives some sort of semblance of what they're saying, just written out a little more thoughtfully, they immediately say, no. Why? Because they lie. They lie, and they lie, and they lie. It's all been a lie from the start through the finish. They're just liars. Because that statement substantially says all of the things that they say. It still puts the blame on Vic. It admits that maybe they hyperbolized some things. Maybe they went a little too far. No, they didn't, according to them. Must be hard to be liars. Must be hard to be liars. All right, let's go back 20 seconds and then get back to it.
Not that I recall.
So, just so I understand, how did this Chuck Huber involvement, how did it come to your knowledge?
Well, as you pointed out, that we talked about earlier this morning, Chuck has been a friend. I've considered Chuck a friend for a long time, and Chuck considers himself a friend of Monica's and Jamie's as well. And I assume he was troubled about the events and wanted to see if he could step in and help out.
But totally operating on his own.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. But have you and Mr. Huber ever been involved in any companies together?
Companies, no, sir.
Do you own or control a company called September the Movie LLC?
No, sir.
Any idea what that company is?
No, sir.
Just wrong on facts over and over again. They're wrong on everything.
Remember the movie?
Yep, LLC.
Okay.
I know that Chuck. No, I'm not even. I don't, because I don't know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't.
Yeah.
I shouldn't speculate, right? I don't know. I certainly don't have anything to do with that. I don't know what it is.
Okay. I'm going to figure we're going to. It's been pre-marked as Exhibit 13. Again,
Let me clarify, guys. I know that there's some people out there who are ready to who might be mad about Chuck, don't be mad at Chuck. Don't be mad at Chuck. Chuck's intentions were about healing the community and preventing a lawsuit that would drive a giant rift into it. Chuck was trying to moderate or negotiate an agreement that would prevent all of what's going on right now. That's what Chuck was trying to do. So I don't want people to misunderstand and think that Chuck is somehow backstabbing Vic, because those emails should not have been released because the parties didn't draft them. The parties didn't draft them. Chuck drafted them. Who released those emails? Who talked about them? Was it me? I've had those emails a long time. A very long time. I didn't talk about them. Not at all. Why would I? The parties didn't draft them. But who did? Who did? The filthy little flap of a mouthpiece, Shane Holmberg, talked about him as if Vic had reached out by email, because Shane's a liar too. Shane Holmberg, con runner of Nomakai, Dallas, is a liar trying to grift his way into some sort of recognition for the benefit of his convention and the nonprofit that runs the convention. Shane Holmberg, but did you guys know that? Did you guys know that Shane Holmberg was trying to use the situation of Vic Mignogna to bring prominence to his convention? His little fledgling convention after he got tossed out of Acon? And that he was, I don't know why he might want to try and sidle up to the remaining Funimation voice actors and stand on the side of Jamie Markey and Monica Rial and be their mouthpiece for distribution. I don't know why a new convention owner who can't seem to get prominent anime convention guests might want to sidle up to someone who is presumably going to be the woman who threw a horrible sex pest out of the industry and reigned triumphant over female voice acting. Why in God's name would Shane want to do that? I don't know. I'm not sure about it. And I'm not sure why he would lie about a bunch of things to try and keep that going. I'm not sure why he would lie about an email written by Chuck Huber and say that Vic wrote it. I don't know why Shane would do that. I don't know. But I do know that I had these emails and never talked about them because I don't put words into the mouths of Monica Rial. I don't want to put anything in the mouth of Monica Rial. Not a feeder. You call up Josh Moon for that. And I didn't want any negative inference on the words that Vic didn't write for Vic. Those emails should never have been talked about in public. Ever. Ever. Because they didn't come from the parties, so they're not representative of what the parties believed. And by the way, all of the parties involved said no. No. No thank you. I don't think it was no thank you from Ty. I'm pretty sure it was fuck no, but... but just remember, who's lying in this whole thing? Who's representing this as Vic's words? And if you're not blocked by Shane, you can go find those tweets. Something about, wouldn't it be interesting if Vic had reached out to apologize and admit what he did to Monica Rial and blah, 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 blah. Those tweets are out there. Wouldn't it be interesting if there was an email about where Vic admitted to all of the bad things he ever did ever? Sure, Shane. Now, the really unfortunate thing, of course, would be is if Monica and Ron lied to Shane when they gave him the email or told him about him or whatever they did. That would be really funny. Because, again, I have this operating theory. I don't know if you guys do, but I have an operating theory that everybody hates Shane so much that even Monica and Ron, like, scraping Shane off the bottom of the barrel is the only person who will go out in public and talk for them. and they hate him enough to not give him full information. God, I think that's what's going on. And in that case, I feel bad for Shane. And I don't hate you, Shane. I find humor in you. And I feel sorry for you often. All right. Okay. Sorry.
Represent to you, this is communications between Mr. Huber and Miss Marchi.
I think she, yeah, I think, did she say Markey, I think?
Markey.
Yes.
I want to start at the very top.
Slap that like button, y'all.
Miss Markey, do you recall ever receiving this particular email chain?
I don't recall that. Like I said, I recall Chuck telling me that they refused. So.
All right, so if you look at the second email on March 26th, 2019 at 3:55 from Mr. Huber. You with me? From the top of the page.
3:55 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I've discussed
March
it.
6th. Right.
The second one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it starts, I've discussed it with them. They have the statements and have given their input. I'm pushing as hard as I can on both ends to try and meet in the middle. Any idea who he would have given these statements to?
I'm sorry. Any idea who Chuck?
Yeah, who he's referencing?
I assume he's referencing Monica and Jamie. I assume.
Okay, so he's writing to Miss Marchi and saying,
Oh, then he must have been referencing Ron and Monica if he's writing to Jamie. I suppose he was probably referencing me as well.
Okay, but certainly you disavow any knowledge of receiving any statements from Ms.
I said I don't recall. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Sorry, Sean.
Yep, you don't recall receiving any statements from Mr. Huber where you would admit to something like being a sex addict.
No, sir.
And as you sit here today, you don't believe you're a sex addict.
No, sir.
Will you please state for the record that you're a sex addict, though? It would really help me in my case if you would just say you're a sex addict because someone else said you're a sex addict. So if someone else said it and you said it, it would be really helpful. Could you go ahead and do that for me, please, Mr. Mignogna? And then afterwards, would you sex addict me, sex daddy? Mithrin Emrys says, also, are we going to have to deal with Jadolph's breathing heavily into the mic for another 4+ hours? Because if so, I may have to go Minecraft myself. The Gun Kid says, Jadolph Fuhrer sounds like that because he vapes off Deep Woods daily, so he doesn't get into another fight with a mosquito. After the last one left him missing a lung in 2 weeks, even lift that binder of Ron Soyer's tweets. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dysrhythmia says, hey, Nick, haven't caught a live one for a while. Lemoine totally reminds me of Baron Greenback from the 80s cartoon Danger Mouse with Casey Eric as his Wheatley sidekick Stiletto. Can you say, curse you, Danger Mouse? Like that, I guess. Evil Bunny says, shout out for Warren, the damn dirty Aussie. Hey, what up, Warren? Mongo5817 says, as a patient currently recovering from West Nile poliomyelitis, I hereby approve, condone, and endorse any and all West Nile jokes as acceptable on the stream tonight. Ooh, we got that West Nile card, boys! We can run it. We can run it. I'll start. I'd stand with Vic if I could stand, lol. Oh, man. Come on. Oh, buddy, I hope you make a full recovery. Oh, man, that was funny. That was funny. AP Atheist 666 says Jadolph is Batman's uglier, fatter, dumber cousin. Innocuous Remark says, just wanted to chime in that although I have no interest in anime, I have an interest in stopping cancel culture. Vic might not realize that by standing up himself, he's helped push back when it's needed most. I agree. Bria Rose says, Nick, thank you so much for supporting Vic. Heart, my pleasure. He saved me long ago from a horrible fate, and now I will return the favor. Let's do this, everyone. Bria, thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad he did. Bigot Tree says, if the case continues, will the jury be required to watch all the depositions in full or only selected portions determined by the attorneys? Depends what the attorney's strategy is, but they'll probably just provide transcripts rather than deposition video. But these guys will be on the stand. I kind of hope in full, because even a rabid leftist will end up hating Soye after 4 hours of I don't remember. And finally, Intimidator0108 says, hey, Nick, have you seen some of the names on GoFundMe before the stream? Also looking forward to what you have in store for us tonight. That'll continue to drive those who hate the GoFundMe up the wall. LMAO. LMAO. All right, thank you. Let's get back to it.
Are you seeking any mental anguish damages in this lawsuit? Do you know?
No, sir.
Okay, and so is that question was unclear. Are you seeking mental anguish damages?
There is certainly a lot of mental anguish.
All right, well, let me answer this way.
I'm just seeking to clear my name, sir.
Okay. And what would that look like? What does clear your name mean?
To stop people from, to end the public attacks and to somehow reach an agreement where these people do not contact events and production companies to try to keep me from working and making a living.
Okay. So, are you seeking any treatment of any type from any healthcare professionals as a result of the defamation that you claim to have been suffering?
Privileged. Don't answer. Objection privilege. Do not answer.
Okay.
Will you just tell me about anything you might say to a therapist behind privilege? Will you just tell me about that? Because I would really like to use your, any therapy sessions or any sort of healthcare information I can. I would just like to bypass that privilege. That would help. Can I have health insurance?
You can answer the question, but any further delving into it, I'll object. You can say yes or no.
I mean, maybe, Mr. Beard, maybe you just clear this up. Are y'all seeking mental anguish damages?
I think we've asked for broad damages. Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Okay, so.
I don't have the pleadings in front of me, quite frankly.
Are you taking any medication as a result of the defamation that you claim to have suffered?
I am taking 2 medications. One is losartan for high blood pressure, and one is Zoloft for, I guess it's an antidepressant.
And did you take that before these allegations came out?
No, that started in late January.
Okay. Have you been unable to work as a result of any mental issues that you're suffering because of this alleged defamation? Not that somebody's not letting you work, but that you can't get up and go to work. You understand the distinction?
If I'm honest, and of course I'm supposed to be, for the first several months, I found it very difficult to really do much of anything. I had offers from people to do certain things, and I found it very difficult to get motivated.
Did you do those?
Didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I was losing weight.
Did you do those things you had offers to do? Did you turn them down?
I haven't done them. I asked them if I could have some time.
Okay. All right. As I understand it, you may be seeking $1 million or more
No,
in this
sir.
lawsuit. No?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I have not discussed any numbers of any kind of monetary anything.
All right. Do you believe that you've been damaged as a result of the defamation of Mrs.?
Yes.
Let me get the question out.
I'm sorry.
That's all
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Do you believe that you have been damaged as a result of the defamatory statements that you allege were made by the defendants in this case?
Yes.
Do you have can you put a monetary value on that?
No.
What would you need to know to put a monetary value on that?
If I may, Sean, let me answer by saying this. I didn't want to do this. I sat by for 5 months and let these people destroy me online. I didn't even know what to do. I literally did not respond. I did not attack back. I didn't even defend. I just couldn't believe it was happening for 5 months.
Wrecked. Oh, sorry, he's still going.
And when it got to the point where I had lost so much, I realized that my only recourse was legal recourse. I wasn't looking for money. I wasn't asking for anything but to be left alone and to be allowed to have my career and my work.
Right. I'm objecting.
Okay. Very disingenuous question from Jayshawn. Monetary damages are the court's remedy for reputational damage. The court cannot go, they never said it. The court cannot go, conventions that didn't hire Vic because people called him a sexual predator have to now hire Vic. Can't do that. The remedy is monetary damages. That's how the court deals with lost reputation. Now, of course, just the victory itself, or an apology, or a statement from the defendants saying, you know what, we way overblew this, we did all this stuff, that can be used to rehabilitate reputation. That's in settlement. Once you go past settlement and you're going to court, the remedy is money. Because money makes the next guy not do it, and money undoes the damage that was done to you, at least in the economic field. The court is, of course, a sledgehammer. It can't fix reputation, but it can mitigate the loss of reputation and mitigate the economic loss that's been suffered. So it's a disingenuous question. Why are you suing? Are you suing for monetary damages? Well, you ask the court for monetary damages, but that's not the purpose of the lawsuit. Purpose of the lawsuit is, of course, to heal Vic's reputation as much as possible. Now, the way the court does that is up to the court. And the way the court does that is money. Okay, the response. So let's go back to that letter real quick. Where did that go? Where did that go? Go back to that letter. Okay, here's what Monica said about that statement. Ultimately, there's a little back and forth, but she said the statement that Chuck drafted for Monica said that statement is not true. We will not make any statements that are not true. Ty responded to Chuck. And his statement to Chuck about that was, let's see. Yeah, they don't get to put the guy through hell, then get him to post a self-flagellating message as well. Fuck them. I've limited willingness to beg idiots not to make idiotic decisions. So, there you go. That's how the parties responded to the two statements that were drafted. The one drafted, and again, drafted by Chuck. So, there you go. Here we go.
It is non-responsive.
Alone and to be allowed to have my career and my work.
Right. I'm object is non-responsive. Tell me how, in 2018, how did you make money? How did you generate a living? What were the things that you did?
I do voice acting. I write music for like ad agencies, commercials, private individuals. I do graphic design work. I act on camera, and I do event appearances.
Is one of those more lucrative than the other on a given in every year?
They're all over the place. They fluctuate.
So it just depends.
Yes, sir.
And when you say you write music, does that mean you sing?
They're all over the place. Like your weird vocal oscillations.
Other on a given in every year?
They're all over the place. They fluctuate.
So it just depends.
Yes, sir.
And when you say you write music, does that mean you sing and write, or just write music for
No,
other
sir.
singers?
I play the piano and I sing and I write and I produce. If you guys live in this area, you probably have heard a couple of my jingles on the radio. So.
How many conventions for these anime conventions, how many of those do you attend a year?
It varies. It fluctuates from year to year.
So not consistent.
No, sir.
And do you typically have a contract with these conventions? A written agreement?
Sorry. Sometimes.
It just depends.
Yes, sir. Some of them, if I may, some of them are run by people that I've known for a while, and they're just like, hey, you want to come to my show? Okay.
Is that something you schedule out months, years in advance?
It varies. Sometimes months in advance, sometimes a year in advance, sometimes weeks in advance, if I'm free.
Do you get paid by the convention to show up?
Occasionally.
How else do you make money when you attend the conventions?
Well, when the convention appearances started, and Monica knows this as well as I do, a lot of the events didn't pay anything. It was literally just kind of helping build the industry, promoting projects we were working on. There really wasn't any payment at all. And again, it fluctuates. Some conventions will give you a flat amount to appear, and you'll spend all weekend signing autographs. Some events will just provide airfare and hotel, and you might make some money selling a headshot or signing a picture or.
Do most conventions that you go to, you sell some type of merchandise?
Yes.
And that's pretty standard at every convention?
Yes, for every voice actor.
And how do you keep track of the amount of money that you get paid at conventions?
I don't. I have an accountant who takes care of that.
And does the accountant go to the conventions with you?
No, sir.
So is there someone there that collects the money?
Yes, the convention usually provides someone, a handler or a liaison of sorts.
And are most of these transactions in cash?
They vary.
Does the handler bring some type of device to track, to swipe
Yes,
credit cards?
there's a Square card.
And at the end of the convention, are you provided?
Does the handler bring an abacus along? Does the handler bring an abacus along to track the money as it comes in? Do you know what an abacus is? Hold on, let me get my pinhole camera. I'll spend 8 minutes taking a picture of an abacus, and then I'll bring it back after developing it for 62 minutes in a selection of different chemical solutions in a dark room. Voken to Dinog says Bible Black is such a great plot. Too bad some of the characters seem to lack motivation and the magic system was never fleshed out. Still a better love story than Twilight, though. TRS Mash says, watch Cucklord Toye's Depot. I wouldn't believe a word he says in or out of court of law. Anyone who believes he has any integrity or morality is woefully misinformed. Fight on and tell Vic to stay strong for his fans. VAWBC Carey says, hey, Nick, my bank keeps flagging GoFundMe to the fraud department and locks my card. Will you be willing to put 10 of this $20 into the GoFundMe for me? No, sorry, I can't. I can't do that. I can't do that. PG and Deku says, can't wait to watch Vic's Depot. Kind of out of it since I had to get 3 wisdom teeth removed after one broke while eating. Oh my goodness. Won't be able to catch live in 9 days. Heading to Japan for 36 days. We'll watch recordings. Hey, buddy. Have fun in Japan. Anthony Siebert says, Nick, have you ripped Sony a new one yet for last night? No, again, the Sony thing from last night either seems to be an error or a scam. One of those two. or they withdrew it. But I think that it's probably an error or a scam that occurred. Don't know. Don't have a way to verify it. But yeah, so thank goodness. I mean, because that would have been really annoying. Plus, Vic body checking that so-called lawyer was great. And have you heard EDF5? You may like how the game is. Check it out. EDF5. What's EDF5? Earth Defense Force 5? Is that what that is? CC Ria says, wondering if lawyers ever talk to clients about clothing choice. Yes. Ron looked like a dog in a suit skit on Sesame Street. Vic's black button down was turning me on. Ty better fill the jury with soccer moms. Woodman Gaming says, to help at Charlie Spur out, what did Sabat do to sodomize Cuck Schemmel? Sean takes it up the arse because he's obsessed with Goku and thinks he is Goku. That's not my story to tell. Not yet, anyway. Jeff Smith says, as well as donating, where did that go? As well as donating to Vic, please also donate to Richard Meyer in his lawsuit against Mark Wade. It's the same culture fight to protect our culture and right injustices from the radical left. Love you, Nick. And yes, I'll be talking about Meyer's lawsuit early next week because some filings happened yesterday. Dion D says, oh, hi, Nick. I just donated the GoFundMe. I've been watching this unfold for a while. This case seems to be all about protecting the concept of innocence before guilty. Keep up defending this concept, Nick. I will. Hazcrack says, as someone living in the same neighborhood as the Soyes, people in this area can't afford this lawsuit. Of course they can't. Of course they can't. Did I see? There's a huge donation here. I hope it was intentional, but Gogeta05 with a giant donation. This lawyer is a moron. Stay strong, Vic. Thank you, Nick, for everything, bro. It's my pleasure. And thank you. The donation is appreciated. If this somehow is a mishap and you are not trying to donate like the maximum amount, please quickly act to get it rectified. And if there's anything I can do to help. If it was intentional, my heartfelt appreciation. If it was unintentional, it's happened before, and I hope that gets remedied. So, thank you. All right, let's move on. I'm going to go back 10 seconds.
They vary.
Does the handler bring some type of device to swipe credit cards?
There's a Square card.
And at the end of the convention, you provided a check or direct deposit or cash?
Everything you just said. It varies.
And then you provide that to your accountant?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what your gross income was in 2018?
Not offhand. I'd have to check with him.
Was your accountant went down?
Yes, sir.
And I guess if I asked you that question for 2017 to 2014, it'd be the same?
Yes, sir.
And does your accountant also do your taxes?
Yes, sir.
Has there been a drop-off in the amount of money that you have made in 2019 after these allegations started coming out against you?
Yes, sir.
How much?
I don't know. There's not a specific amount because you don't know. There are so many variables. You can't know. But obviously, if you don't go to an event, you're not going to do anything. So any time, going would obviously be different than not going.
You said earlier that you sat by for 5 months before you did anything with regard to these allegations. You would agree with me that the GoFundMe campaign started at the end of February 2019, correct?
I believe that's what the exhibit you gave me said. I don't remember when it started.
And then you put a tweet out
Hold on.
of February
I missed that question.
with regard to these allegations. You would agree with me that the GoFundMe campaign started at the end of February 2019, correct?
I believe that's what the exhibit you gave me said. I don't remember when it started.
And then you put a tweet out on February 20th where you talked about hiring a law firm, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I put out a tweet. I put out very few tweets, and the one that I remember was I felt like I have no recourse left but.
Okay, if you pull Exhibit 17 back out in front of you.
Yeah, Jay Sean, just ask him to. Just show him the tweet.
You recall Exhibit 17 is your February 20th tweet where you discuss GoFundMe being set up. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you would agree with me that what?
Okay, I got a new quick policy. Every time he says GoFundMe, just for a second, I'm gonna pull up GoFundMe and we're gonna read the top name on the list. Okay, Randy Illenfield. Thank you. It's now 218-638. So every time he says GoFundMe, I'm gonna quick pause and do this. I won't explain it every time. We'll just do it, and then we'll go right back to it. There we go.
You're telling the people that follow you on Twitter is that you've retained a law firm to defend your reputation as of February 20th. Is that right?
Yeah, see, by the way, that's a different law firm than Mr. Beard, I
Okay.
believe. It wasn't. I can't keep track of the date. There was the Tanya woman that I mentioned earlier.
If I could interject.
I'm
counsel.
sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, you hired us, I think, on the 20th, but Tanya was not officially discharged until
okay.
a couple weeks
Okay.
later. It was kind of a blur.
Okay.
So, but you would retain counsel.
Okay.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, by February 20th, you had retained Mr. Beard?
Yes, sir.
And did you know Mr. Beard prior to these events?
No, sir.
Until this lawsuit? And who introduced you to him?
Mr. Rekieta?
Do you know where their relationship
No,
started?
I don't.
It's a long and sweet tale. No, I'm just kidding.
And Mr. Rekieta never told you how he knew Mr. Beard?
No, Mr. Rekieta told me that he knew I was in Texas and that he knew an attorney in Texas if I wanted to speak with him.
Do you notice how I forced him? I forced him at gunpoint by communicating with him from like 1,000 miles away by saying, hey, I know a Texas lawyer if you want to talk to him. You know, that's all. If you think it might be beneficial to talk to a Texas lawyer about your situation, I know a guy. That's how I forced and coerced Vic Mignogna into hiring the Ty Beardicus. They're wrong on every single fact. It's so funny.
And so after you hired Mr. Beard, is it your testimony that you basically sat silently for the next couple of months until you finally decided to sue somebody?
Pretty much.
Can you think of instances, I don't know, in the last 5-6 years where someone has impugned your reputation in the voice acting community and you just walked away from it and did nothing?
Certainly.
Does that happen often?
There are always disgruntled fans and people that are looking for attention in some way. I have largely ignored it because attention is exactly what they want, so I tend to ignore it. And it's never been an issue, and this time, this all started, ironically, at the moment that the Dragon Ball Broly movie that I was the main character in was released. To the day that it was released, this was launched against me. And
I gotta stop him. Vic, it wasn't ironic. It was coincidental. He lost the case. Misuse of irony. 10-yard penalty. 4th down.
And I didn't do anything about it for quite a while, thinking, well, it's just the same old people trying to get some attention. And then it just didn't abate. And so.
And what happened when the...
Amazing. Great answer. Yeah, people have said stuff before. It literally had no effect on me, so I walked away because it didn't cause damage. You know, the key element of defamation, tortious interference, and pretty much anything where you're seeking a civil tort remedy is damage. So, yeah, sure, there were these things. But suddenly, Suddenly, I could no longer ignore it. And the way he worded that is great. It's great because he goes back to the day Broly is released. So you got Han Leia, Allison Cook, Japanese teacher, English teacher in Japan, Allison Cook, Han Leia, Allison Cook, who's over in Japan and cannot hide behind the Han Leia thing, purveyor of gay yaoi art and holding a 10-year grudge for not signing gay yaoi art. And that is what caused her to initiate this attack on Vic. But again, even ignoring the same types of people making the same ineffectual claims with none of their clout is Han Leia, and then Mars Girl, who no one actually pays attention to Mars Girl, because if you have to pay attention to Mars Girl, you have to look at Mars Girl. If you have to look at Mars Girl, your eyeballs melt and your lungs melt and you sound like Jay Sean Lemoine, and it's very, very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate to see Kaylin Saucedo in the wild. Very, very dangerous. You should always avert your gaze. And Kaylin Saucedo, by the way, she talks about averting the gaze all the time. She is very anti-gay, and she is homophobic, I believe. That's what I've heard anyway. That Kaylin Saucedo makes you avert gaze with her rhetoric and with her looks and with all of that stuff. You avert gaze from Kaylin Saucedo. She's very homophobic. That's my opinion of her. Just because she makes you avert gaze, and that's wrong. That's wrong. But he's able to ignore it for a while. And then, so he establishes that, sure, it starts on the same day as Broly, but it's the same old nobodies looking for attention. And he's able to ignore it for a while, but then it doesn't go away. And what happens shortly thereafter is Monica, Jamie, Ron, Rooster Teeth, and Funimation. Now, Funimation fires him, but their public announcement comes on the 11th. Those things, and then the cancellation of convention after convention as the Whisper Network goes to work, along with the articles that came out all after, I believe, almost all of them after Funimation's firing. Also, presumably having an inside leak from Funimation to confirm the firing of Vic Mignogna, all of that stuff. All of that stuff is what ended up causing him the damage. This is a well-done answer because it establishes the timeline. It acknowledges the timeline that they're trying to argue, but it sets where Vic decided he had to act back, and that was when damage occurred from the defamation, which is when defamation occurs. Like, a defamatory statement is fine, but it's not actionable without damages. It's an element of defamation. So there you go. Vic establishes the elements of defamation, thus mitigating through testimony, at least, his understanding of their alternative argument. Why aren't you suing Mars Girl? Why aren't you suing Han Leia? Why aren't you suing Anime News Network? Blah, blah, blah. Why aren't you suing all these people who have been talking about you forever? Because they didn't cause damage. Ron, Monica, Jamie, Funimation did. Their defamatory statements caused damage. Now we have actionable defamation, which is distinct from defamation. Good answer, Vic. Good answer.
And it just didn't abate. And
And what happened when the Dragon Ball movie was released in January of 2019?
What do you mean, what happened? May I ask?
You said the same day it was released, this started. What happened?
The social media attacks began. And like I said, this has happened in the past,
Prior to 2019, have you ever been banned from a convention?
Not to my knowledge.
Prior to 2019, have you ever been asked not to come back to a convention?
Not to my knowledge.
Correct.
Prior to 2019, have you ever not gotten an invitation to a convention that you attended a year before?
Well, that's not unusual at all, because once the convention has you as a guest, they don't typically bring the same people back every year because of the number of people in the industry. In fact, I'm actually an exception because I do get invited back often to the same events. So if somebody doesn't invite me back, there's nothing really unusual about that.
All right, Object is non-responsive.
Okay.
Has anyone ever told you that you were not welcome back at a particular convention?
No, sir.
Not welcome back.
What about MetroCon? Have you ever been not invited back to MetroCon in Tampa?
I was at MetroCon 2.
Have you ever been not invited back at MetroCon? What's that? The Jackie Chan meme? Have you ever been not invited back? Oh my gosh. Cusack says, I dropped my anime watch list for this. Greetings from PH. Hey, welcome. William Foley says, over 10K. Way to go, Nick. Hey, thank you. Insert clever name here says, I got Ridge's power bank because it also has wireless phone charging with your promo code. It's pretty sweet. Hey, cool. Thanks. Thanks. Blaine Storm says, can we get a transcript of Ty, Carey, and all the other lawyers' thoughts during these depositions? I keep forgetting there's a room full of lawyers in there. Also, Darth Vader unmasked voice is greater than the Empire, is greater than N ***** S is greater than Führer Lemoine. Okay. Joshua Dempsey says this Lemoine guy sounds like his throat is sore from sucking too many D _. Is he really a lawyer? He is. He's a real lawyer. His performance is really questionable unless there's a strategy I'm not aware of. I think the trick is there's a strategy he's not aware of. Rachel Belcher says, hey, Nick, been following this case and you since its inception. Thanks for representing this case with not only accuracy, but great humor. I'm a longtime Vic fan and you're helping us all stand up for him and keep on drinking on, my friend. Will do, of course. Thank you. Black Sun 54 says, Nick, you warm the cold and rotting cockles of my heart. Also, Ave Omnissiah. Back at you, buddy. May the unguents and incense be with you. Mithrin Emrys says, will you please authenticate this email you don't recall receiving from someone you didn't authorize to negotiate, admitting you are a rapist? It's our strategy. Pretty, oh wait, sorry, this is Lemoine. Pretty please, and tell me your strategy, that'd be great. Nick Thorne says, as someone who has been diagnosed with minor, so probably not even half of what Vic's going through, depression, and that I'm just learning this about what this has done to Vic, I am past enraged. Vic, we stand with you as always. Hey, thanks, buddy. That's what he needs. That's what he needs. People standing with him it is the salve. It is the salve to heal these wounds. All right, here we go. Back to it.
What about MetroCon? Have you ever been not invited back to MetroCon in Tampa?
I was at MetroCon 2 years ago, sir.
But you didn't, so that would have been 2017?
I think it was 2017.
You didn't go back in 2018?
No, sir.
You didn't get invited back in 2019?
No, sir.
Any idea why?
No, sir.
Okay. What about Enemy Central? You ever...
He just told you it's not unusual to not be invited back for 2 years. Oh my God.
I was at Anime Central, I believe, 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
2016 or 2017?
Yes, I've been there.
And hadn't been back since that last time?
No, sir.
All right, what about TekoshaCon?
I was at TekoshaCon last year.
In 2018?
Yes, sir.
And did you get invited back for 2019?
No, as I said, typically with 70 or 80 voice actors and industry people, writers, directors, artists, they don't typically invite the same people back every year.
Object is non-responsive after no. What about the RTX?
I don't like you when you answer the truth, but it's not the truth I want to hear.
Rooster Teeth convention.
I attended that event 2 years ago and was not there last year and was supposed to be back there this year, but it was rescinded. The invitation was rescinded.
All right, what about Louisiana Anime Con? Have you ever been uninvited?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you were at that con?
I don't know, sir. I don't remember.
You know a woman named Kat Thompson?
No, don't believe so. Not by name.
Okay. You familiar with a company called Sentai Filmworks? It's SENTAI.
I believe Sentai is the new company that was formed in Houston. It's an anime dubbing company.
And what was
Lemoine's gonna wake up in the middle of the night. Sentai! Sentai! That'll be his waking nightmare. Will be thinking of Tai coming into the courtroom. Sentai! Gosh, this guy can't. Like, that's not his speech impediment preventing him from pronouncing Takosho-kan or Sentai.
Sentai Filmworks, it's S-E-N-T-A-I.
I believe Sentai is the new company that was formed in Houston. It's an anime dubbing company.
And what was the name of the company before then?
I believe it was ADV Films.
Were you ever fired from either Sentai or ADV Films?
No, sir, I moved.
Okay, so you weren't fired by them?
No, sir.
Okay.
I moved. I was living in Houston, and I moved to L.A. or started working more in L.A. I even came back on a couple of occasions and worked at Sentai.
What about
Wrecked? Were you ever not working for Sentai? No, I worked with him all the time.
Gearbox? Have you ever been terminated by Gearbox?
I don't think I have ever worked for Gearbox.
You familiar with a company called Rooster Teeth Productions, LLC?
Yes, sir.
We'll just call it Rooster Teeth for short.
Yes, sir.
What does Rooster Teeth do?
They produce, I believe, original animated content.
And have you worked for Rooster Teeth in the past?
Yes, sir.
From when to when?
Oh, goodness. They cast me in a production probably 4 or 5 years ago. And I recorded my lines remotely and sent them my lines and played a recurring character in a show of theirs until I was terminated earlier this year.
Right. And was your relationship with Rooster Teeth, were you an employee or an independent contractor?
I just an independent contractor, I believe.
And you know the distinction between an employee and an independent contractor?
I assume, I'm so sorry, I assume that like an employee, like gets a regular paycheck and they take out taxes and, you know, that kind of thing, and independent contractor is just hired per project. Is that close?
I would say that's close.
Okay.
And do you know the difference between a W-2 and a 1099? Or did I have
Yes. Well, one of them is what an employee gets, and one of them is, I guess, is that
Correct.
right?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. So do you know if you would, as far as you knew, you were an independent contractor for Rooster Teeth?
As far as I know. I've been hired to do so many recording projects for 20 years that I don't even really think about the distinction much.
Hold on. I have to rub my nipples, and that's going to make my shirt rub on the microphone a little bit. God, get some mic discipline. What is wrong with you? Okay, so those of you who are curious about the objection non-responsive after no, so when you're at deposition, you lay objections, but they don't have any effect. They don't have any effect other than preserving the objection. If Lemoine wanted to actually strike the rest of that answer, he preserves the objection by making it there in the room. He says objection. He says objection, non-responsive, but that doesn't have any effect. Vic answers the question in that way. That testimony is on the record under oath. Now, Lemoine then would have the opportunity to move to strike various objections, and then the judge would have to rule on any of the objections that they move on. So they preserve their right to bring the objection to the judge, but the way depositions work is you make the objection to preserve your right to have the objection. It doesn't necessarily stop the actual conversation. And that's for the judicial efficiency thing. You preserve the objection, then you determine if it actually matters later on. That's the same thing with object to form. The only real difference is objection to privilege. You don't have to disclose privileged information in a deposition. You object to privilege, and if they want to fight that one, they have to do that with the judge on the spot. But So that's kind of how that works. So no, it doesn't. Just because he says objection non-responsive, or just because someone says objective form, doesn't mean that the answer is automatically struck. They would still have to move the court to have an actual judge rule on the propriety of the objection and whether or not the evidence would be stricken or not. Most of the time, they don't. You would never bring it up, because if you're objecting to it, you're just not going to raise it. Now, if the other party raises it, then you know, whatever. But it always depends on how it is. But, objection non-responsive is a way to put strategically in the moment. It is a way to put the deponent back on the defensive and make them answer the question in a different way while saying your answer is inadequate. So strategically, it could have. What's objection to sidebar? Objection to sidebar would be is if Vic were to turn, as the deponent, were to turn and ask for a recommendation or advice from Ty. Ty can't instruct Vic how to answer a question in deposition. He can only instruct Vic to answer or not to answer based on a valid objection in deposition. So if Vic were to be chatting with Ty and getting advice during the asking and answering of a question, that would be an objection to sidebar. All right, here we go.
So many recording projects for 20 years that I don't even really think about the distinction much.
Hot in the... Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta open the vault door because I'm dying. I need some airflow. I'll be right back. I'm not even leaving the room. Good Lord, it's hot in here. Good Lord. Person Vic is saying sorry to, yeah, is the court reporter, generally speaking. They want you to go ahead and let the person answer the question or ask the question fully and be done talking, and then you answer the question so they don't have to add a bunch of lines of interruptions and stuff like that. All right, we're back to it. Oh my Lord.
I'm sure we've been pre-marked as Exhibit 19. And if you look on page 7 of Exhibit 19, is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize this as an independent contractor agreement
Yes, sir.
you had with Rooster Teeth?
Yes, sir.
And you signed it sometime in December of 2018?
Yeah, they sent it to me at the very end of last year.
Right. And after December 2018, did you do any work under this independent contractor agreement with Rooster Teeth?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I mean, like I said, I play this recurring character, and as they would need more lines from me, they would send me the lines and I would record them and send them back. I really didn't keep track of the dates, but I don't think so.
And are you typically paid like a day rate or hourly rate?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh, sorry, hourly rate.
It's an hourly rate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you keep your time and send it in and they send you a check?
Yes, sir.
And do you get any type of back end or percentage of the...
No, sir.
So not for Rooster Teeth?
I wish. No, sir.
No. At any point in time, were you made aware that Rooster Teeth was doing any type of investigation into you?
No, sir.
You said at some...
Whoops. Oh, God, wouldn't it be great to get Rooster Teeth sued? Oh, man, that'd be good.
At some point, you were terminated by Rooster Teeth,
Yes,
is that
sir.
correct? How was that communicated to you?
By email?
And who sent you the email?
Well, there were several people on the email. They were mostly, I assume people at Rooster Teeth, and they said it was really interesting. I had been corresponding with a friend who is one of their producers named Cohen, who I believe Might have even signed this. Yes, Cohen Wooten. He and I had been corresponding at the very beginning of this social media for several weeks at the beginning, and expressed how unfortunate and how crazy it was, and that he certainly didn't believe any of the garbage that was online. And then out of the blue, without any real advance anything, I got an email one day from Rooster Teeth, and it was from, I guess, Gray Haddock was one of the people on the email. I expect Cohen was on it. There were probably 4 or 5. And it was sent to me, and it basically said, effective immediately, we will no longer be requiring your services.
Was there any explanation?
You know what? Yeah, it said, pursuant to section something or other, paragraph something or other, and I wrote them back and said, I'm really sorry to hear this. Can you please send me the portion of the contract that you're citing? Like, what? In other words, why? What did I do? And I never got a response. Well, I didn't get an intended response. I got a response from someone, one of the people on the thread, on the Rooster Teeth email, who clearly didn't mean to send it to me, and it said, quote, I'm sure we're all in agreement, but no one is to reply to Vic. I don't think they meant to send that to me, but
solid job.
I never heard back from anybody, and I never attempted to contact anybody.
The professional organization known as Rooster Teeth. Hey, I hope it's clear we don't want to respond to this guy. Included in the group email. Good job, buddy. Go back to your Lotus email.
Okay, so as far as you know, sitting here today, you don't really know why Rooster Teeth terminated.
No, sir.
No one's ever told you that.
No, sir.
And no one's ever said that it was because of anything that any of the defendants did.
No, sir.
And do you know if you produced these communications that Rooster Teeth sent you to your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if your attorneys ever reached out and talked to Rooster Teeth about why you were terminated?
Yes, I believe he did. I believe he attempted to contact their legal counsel.
And do you know if they responded?
They did respond, but I don't remember the details of it.
Okay.
God, I want those details. I bet you guys want those details too.
If I remember correctly, there wasn't really much of anything, any kind of a response.
Did Mrs. Markey or Mrs. Rial or Mr. Toy work for Rooster Teeth? To your knowledge?
Miss Rial does.
Okay. And do you know if she's an employee or an...
I don't know. She's a voice actress, and she was cast in a new project that they're working on.
Let's go back to the emails, shall we? Let's read a couple emails. I'll just put these on screen. Let's just put these on screen. Does Miss Rial work at Rooster Teeth? I think he's trying to find out if Vic would be suing for any sort of interference from Monica Rial on Rooster Teeth. Let's start at the bottom, shall we? Because that's the chronological first email. Here we go. What does this say? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if this was released? Matt, I can't do Monica's voice. It's way too high. I know that Rooster Teeth's decision to cut ties with Vic had to be a difficult one. I just wanted to thank you for reaching out and listening. I wish other companies would follow your lead. Hey, Monica. This is from Matt Hullum. I'm just catching up on the Funimation announcement and all the crazy BS you've been suffering through. Outrageous. I hope you're doing okay. Don't let the trolls get you down. Best, Matt. Monica Rial. Thanks, Matt. I'm okay. I'm working with an agent with Homeland Security who is looking to teach these kids a lesson. We'll see what happens. Hey, Monica. Monica, the agent from Homeland Security that you're talking to hates you and everything about you, because we'll see what happens to these mean tweeters online. And the Homeland Security agent goes, I signed up to this job to stop Al-Qaeda from bombing people in my country. And instead, I'm talking to a neurotic, whiny fatso about people making fun of her on Twitter. And she's asking me to raid their houses or whatever because they made fun of her on Twitter. I signed up because some people flew a plane of peace into the World Trade Center, and I want to stop people killing American citizens through acts of terrorism. And I'm answering to what sounds like a 5-year-old boy who just got kicked in his testicles complain about kids on the internet calling her fat and dumb on Twitter. I'm going to go to Minecraft right now. This is how embarrassing they are. She literally was screenshot. Apparently, according to this, at least that's what she's representing to Rooster Teeth, is that she's that screenshot and sent to my attorney, and Homeland Security was apparently real. She's reporting Twitter trolls to the U.S. government. Oh my God. I consider myself incredibly lucky to have so much support. Everyone at Rooster Teeth has been so supportive and kind. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. Can't thank you enough. Why would you think that maybe Monica had anything to do with you being fired from Rooster Teeth? I just don't understand it. It's all lies.
To your knowledge.
Miss Rial does.
Okay. And do you know if she's an employee or an
I don't know. She's a voice actress, and she was cast in a new project that they're working on.
Yep. Are you familiar with obviously you are, you're familiar with the company Funimation Productions LLC, correct?
Yes.
And that's the defendant that you've sued in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what do?
They dub Japanese anime into English.
Wrong, Vic. You should have said they touch little boys. That's what you should have said. You should have said they touch little boys. I mean, you had the chance. You blew it. You blew it.
Yes.
And that's the defendant that you've sued in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what do?
They dub Japanese anime into English.
Similar to what Rooster Teeth does?
Yes, sir. Well, no, actually, Rooster Teeth does original programming. They make up their own stories and they animate them themselves. And the vast majority, if I'm not mistaken, the vast majority of Funimation's properties are Japanese animation that have already been produced.
Okay. And were you an employee or an independent contractor with Funimation?
I assume, again, I was an independent contractor. There was a period, a year in 2017, that I was hired to direct a series for Funimation. And I lived in a hotel in Irving for 12 weeks and directed a series for them. I assume that was probably an employee, like an employment thing. It was different than the contracted voice actor thing.
Did you get a salary or were you paid by the hour you worked?
Well, it was
or
It was
project
it was
based?
hourly, but there was it was like taxes taken out kind of thing. It was like a.
Does Mrs. Real, does she work for, or ever work for Funimation?
Oh yes.
And do you know if she was an employee or an independent contractor?
I don't know. I know that she has directed as well, and I know she's done a great deal of voice acting, but I don't know her employment status with them.
Okay. And what about Mrs. Markey? Do you know if she was
The same. I don't know.
All right. And what about Mr. Toy? Did he work for Funimation?
I don't know.
Anybody ever told you Mr. Toy worked for Funimation?
I can't recall that anyone has.
Were you ever interviewed at any point in time by Funimation with regard to allegations of improper conduct by you?
I was contacted in mid-January, very shortly after this, the online social media stuff started. I was contacted by someone at Funimation. Basically, it was about a 20-second phone call where they basically said, someone from Sony would like to chat with you. Can you be available tomorrow at this time? And so I said yes, and someone from Sony contacted me and said that they had received some incidents that they wanted to ask me about, and that was the first I'd heard of it.
And that's the only time that you've ever dealt with any
Yes, sir.
investigation while at Sony?
Yes, sir.
Does the name Tammy Denbo ring a bell to you?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
I'll show you what we pre-marked as Exhibit 24.
Wait a minute. I'm going to take a look at the GoFundMe because I heard there's some big news. We've passed $220,692 with anonymous. Apparently the hacker activist group known as Anonymous. I'm kidding. Dropping $1,500 in a giant donation. Thank you so much to whoever that was. That's fantastic. But there's some. Wow. Nick and Ty's sexy relationship did go ahead and donate $10. Well, you're welcome. That's awesome, guys. Massive support. Again, can't thank you enough. Can't thank you enough. All right, back to this. And I don't know. I was munching some little Hershey's. I had a Hershey's bar. Sorry, I needed sustenance, but I don't think it was my chewing noises picking up on the mic. I think that's on the video, which I don't know what he's chewing on. Maybe phlegm, maybe mosquitoes, maybe one of his lungs. I'm not sure.
Does the name Tammy Denbo ring a bell to you?
Denbo?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
I'll show you what we pre-marked as Exhibit 24. Sorry. Have you ever seen Exhibit 24 before?
Yes, sir.
And what is Exhibit 24?
It was apparently an email that Sony sent to me, and I replied.
And starting at the top, page 1 of Exhibit 24, Vic the Wop, that's your
Yes, sir.
email. And I assume the Wop is a cute reference to the fact of your Italian
Yes,
heritage.
Oh, J. Sean Lemoine finds Italian derogatory racial slur or ethnic slurs to be cute. Let it be known to the world that J. Sean thinks calling an Italian a wop is cute. Absolutely not okay in 2019, J. Sean. How dare you, sir? How dare you? Oh my goodness. Endorsing the ethnic slur wop as cute. Really ridiculous. How embarrassing. Speaking of how embarrassing. Trashtown TV says, my girlfriend is also a fan, hey, and quotes you often. In fact, the last time I took my pants off in front of her, she looked me down and laughed and said, how embarrassing. By the way, I'm Mars Girl's diseased uterus on the GoFundMe. Well, dude, you slayed me. Thank you for that. Kibble Wibble 1 says, I almost can't do this. Jadolph's constant mucusy mouth noises make me want to vomit and rage at the same time. Absolutely disgusting. He sounds like that scumbag Rod Rosenstein. Gogeta05, the donation's still there, so it must be legit. Hey, thanks, buddy. This lawyer is a moron. Stay strong, Vic. Thank you, Nick, for everything, bro. It's my pleasure. When Motion says, aggressive shuffling noises. Objection non-responsive. Very appropriate of the break here that we've had, or the timing. We've got James.exe says, up and down we go. Love your streams. GLHF, you're doing great things, sir. Thank you. Noir777, I just got off work. What did I miss? Just some Depo, buddy. Andre C says, what's the unwritten rule when questioning someone? Never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Enjoying this with a glass of Jameson Black Barrel. What's your opinion of Jameson, Nick? I like Jameson Black Barrel. Regular Jameson's okay. Black Barrel's better. DCV Titan says, it seems my credit card won't be processed by GoFundMe. RIP donation from Ron's effeminate micropenis. As for the monk's microphone noises, the microphone is likely black and he thinks it's Tyrone's BBC. Oh, come on. Voltic Enigma says, Vic's hair is much more pleasing to look at after seeing Ron Soye's awful hairline during his deposition. I agree. Where did we go? And finally, what? Oh, here we go. Benjamin Spilsbury says, non-responsive. What's the difference between Ron and Vic being non-responsive? In a lawyer's opinion, between Ron and Vic. Non-responsive just means you didn't answer a yes or no question with yes or no. I mean, that's it. They're looking for a specific answer. Answer the question. Answer the question. All right, here we go. And then it says forwarding confidential. The WAP, that's your
yes, sir.
Email. And I assume the WAP is a cute reference to the fact of your Italian
yes,
heritage. And then it says forwarding confidential discussion to
She's
Lisa.
Laughing at my name. No, I'm just
to Lisa Hansel. That's the lady that was here earlier in the deposition.
Sorry. Yes.
If you look at the top of Exhibit 24, you with me? On page 1? Very top.
Oh, yes.
This is you forwarding this communication to Ms. Hansel. Mm-hmm. Why would you be forwarding a confidential communication between you and someone at Sony to Ms. Hansel?
Well, I don't consider it confidential between me and my friends. I mean, this is my life. This is my situation, and Lisa was a friend, and I shared it with her.
Okay, did you share it with anybody else?
No, sir.
Did you miss? The confidentiality protects Vic, by the way. The confidentiality of an investigation protects the investigated. The investigated. Sorry. Hansel, discuss the situation.
Not to my recollection, no.
So you just forwarded it to her, and then there were no discussions after the fact?
Not to my recollection, no.
And is Ms. Hansel an employee or independent contractor for you, or
No.
just a friend?
Yes.
And how long have y'all been friends?
Oh, maybe six or 7 years.
Okay. All right, if you would turn to page 4 of Exhibit 24. You with me? Mm-hmm. All right.
Yes, sir.
The bottom of the page, this Tammy Denbo, does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah,
of who she is?
that's the woman you asked me about. Yes, apparently that's the name of the woman at Sony.
Okay, and so prior to January 25, 20. In before law Twitter, Vic doesn't remember the names of women. He hates women. Denbo, does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, that's the woman you asked me about. Yes, apparently that's the name of the woman at Sony.
Okay, and so prior to January 25, 2019, you never met Miss Denbo, didn't know who she was?
Not to my recollection.
All right, and January 25, 2019 is the first time that you even knew that there was any kind of issue with
Yes,
your
sir.
work.
All right, so did you have a conversation with Ms. Dembo?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, what do you recall of that conversation?
She asked me about 3 incidents that had come to their attention. The first one was a kiss with a coworker at Funimation a few years earlier. One was an interaction with Monica at a convention with a jelly bean. And the third one was an incident that was reported to them of 2 twin ladies who I had met several times at conventions and had invited to my room.
Okay, so before I start,
Lemoine is processing the Chad moment that just happened right there. Sorry.
asking you questions.
Counsel, can we take like a 30-second break?
Get off the record.
And we're going off the record at 1:34. And we're back on the record. The time is 1:39.
All right, so as I recall your testimony, there were 3 separate incidences that Ms. Dembo wanted to discuss with you.
Yes.
Of those 3, one of them is Mrs. Rial, correct?
Yes.
The other 2 instances, are those women who have publicly accused you of anything? Meaning it's out on, they've given statements to magazines or otherwise disclosed their names?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. You know who these, you know their identities, correct?
Yes.
If I ask you, you can tell me their names,
Yes.
can't you? Mr. Beard, I would like an agreement that with regard to questions surrounding not Mrs. Rial, but these other 2 incidents, that we agree to keep that confidential until we get a ruling from the court.
That's, yeah, I think that'll be okay. That's, just to be clear, that's the...
Don't say the names until.
Right, I was about to do that.
Oh, okay.
Let me see
That's
this.
the other 2 incidents that.
Okay, so
Oh, besides jelly
let me
bean?
see if I can
That's,
articulate the request.
That's
what,
fine.
What we would like to do is put the portion of the deposition under seal with regard to the 2 non-Monica Rial incidents.
the names,
The names.
nothing more.
Yes,
Agreed.
the names.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it will include, their residence, things like that.
Yeah.
But we're not going to get
Names, addresses.
Identifying information.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Okay, so
Agreed.
starting from this point, the deposition will be under seal until I stop asking questions about these 2 incidents.
No.
The deposition or just the names?
I mean, just the names. I mean, just
Yeah,
the
okay.
names, the contact information, the allegations.
Okay. All right.
Sticker.
All right. So the first incident with the woman that you had a kiss with, what's her name?
I'm allowed to, is it okay if I say?
You say it, and it will be removed from the transcript until the court rules
Yeah,
whether or not it should come out.
redacted.
Okay.
And who was Miss?
She was an employee at Funimation.
And do you know what her title was?
I believe she was a translator or a checker. She would proofread and proof check subtitles.
And when was this kiss that occurred?
At least 3 years ago.
So 2019, so it's either 2016 or 2017?
It wasn't 17, so 15 or 16, I guess.
And you were an independent contractor at Funimation at the time?
Yes, sir.
And the kiss occurred at the Funimation offices?
Yes, sir.
And was it only one kiss?
Yes, sir.
Who kissed who? Or how about this? Who initiated the kiss?
I did. I asked her if I could kiss her, and she
And what
said,
did you say?
Did she kiss back? Because I don't know what that's like. Will you tell me about it? Was she pretty? How did her hair smell? I really need to know. I need help.
yes, sir.
Who kissed who? Or how about this? Who initiated the kiss?
I did. I asked her if I could kiss her, and she
And what
said
did you say?
yes. Oh no, actually, she said close the door, and I went over and closed the door. I'd visited her every time I was at the studio. We'd been kind of flirting with each other and corresponding for quite some time before that.
And in 2015, you were engaged to Mrs. Speck, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How long had y'all been engaged at that point?
We got engaged in, bear with me, let me do a little math. Roughly 7 years ago, so let's 2012, 2013.
Did you and Mrs. Speck have an exclusive relationship?
Yes.
Did you disclose to Mrs. Speck at any time that you kissed?
No.
After you kissed, did it proceed from there?
Did what proceed?
Your relationship, if you had one.
With no.
Why not?
I don't think either one of us were looking for any kind of a, ongoing long-term thing.
And was there any other relationship, physical relationship besides that one kiss?
With Miss? No, sir.
No sex or sex-related activities? Anybody else at Funimation that was employed at Funimation that you kissed at any point in time?
No, sir.
So as far as you were concerned, it was a consensual kiss?
Yes, sir.
But it never went anywhere after that?
No, sir.
Did you text or email me after that incident?
I expect that we exchanged a few texts. Yes, as a matter of fact.
But she never pursued you after that kiss?
Well, not in any sexual way. Whenever I was in town recording, I would let her know, and we talked about getting together sometime or having lunch or something, but nothing heavy.
Right. And when Ms. Dimbo, did Ms. Dimbo explain to you what the allegations were, or she just give you a name and say, what's the relationship?
Actually, she didn't give me any names, and I asked her, am I allowed to know who you're talking about? And she told, that was the point at which she told me their names.
Okay, but before she gave you the names, did she describe the alleged incident that the people had relayed to her?
Yes.
Okay, so with regard to what is your recollection of how Ms. Dimbo explained that interaction?
She said, do you recall going into someone's office at Funimation and forcibly kissing them?
Okay. And you knew at that point in time that the only person that could even remotely try and make that allegation was?
Well, I was the only one that I'd gone into a office and kissed.
Okay.
The terror.
If you're engaged to Ms. Speck, why kiss?
Because I made some mistakes.
So is that not the first mistake you made in terms of your exclusive relationship with Ms. Speck?
No.
How many mistakes would you say you made with Ms. Speck during the course of your engagement?
I don't know.
More than one?
Yes, sir.
More than 5?
Yes, sir.
More than 50?
I doubt it.
More than 25?
I don't know.
By the way, just more than one, probably. More than 5, no idea. That's how you should always answer that. In my opinion. Unless we're talking about like a specific sum, right, of money or something like that. But how many mistakes did you make? I don't know. More than one? I'm sure I did. How many? How can you tell? Right? How do you know what was a mistake and what wasn't a mistake? But look at it. It's trying to. Did you kissed a woman while you were engaged to someone else? A monster. Now, don't get me wrong. Obviously, that's hurtful, right? It's a hurtful thing. But a period of engagement and having someone kiss someone else, not that uncommon. Also, ultimately survivable. All the parties involved tend to live through that. Anyway.
More than 50?
I doubt it.
More than 25?
I don't know.
Okay, so with regard to the twin ladies, do you know their names?
Yes?
And who are they? And how do you know them?
They had come to at least 3 or 4 conventions that I was a guest at. They would always come to my autograph table and to my Q&A sessions and sit in the front row and come and say hello. And
how did Miss Dimbo explain that particular allegation?
she said, do you recall inviting 2 girls, twins, 2 women to your room at a convention? And I said, yes. And she said, do you recall forcibly kissing one of them? Which I did not.
All right, so, and what did you tell, what was your recollection that you relayed to Ms. Dimbo?
My recollection was that I had seen these 2 ladies at multiple conventions, and I was under the very clear impression that they were interested or attracted to me. And they were very kind, attractive, friendly young ladies. And so after the 4th or 5th time that I saw them at an event, one night or one day, I don't remember when, I asked them if they wanted to come to my room. I invited them to my room. They came voluntarily. I let them in. One of them sat on the bed. The other one sat in a chair in the room, and I sat in another chair in the room. We made some small talk, and then they asked me why I invited them to my room. And I said, well, I was under the impression that there was a lot of mutual attraction going on here, and I thought maybe you might be interested in some kind of a sexual interaction. They told me they were not. I said, okay, and they left.
Do you remember what time frame this would be, what year?
No. It was several years ago.
It was while you're engaged to Ms. Speck, though?
Yes, sir.
And your intent in inviting them to your room was to have sex with them?
If they were consensual.
And
Lemoine only invites people to his room to play chess or whatever. Again, I mean, I know, right? I know the backdrop here is that you've got a guy who's engaged, and he's presumably inviting someone that he finds, two someones that he finds attractive and thinks that find him attractive. And I mean, let's be real. They probably did find him attractive. In fact, if I had to guess, I think maybe these ladies might walk this line with people. If I had to guess. I'm not saying anything negative about them, but so they find him attractive, he finds them attractive, invites them up to the room. Tee-hee, what are we doing here? So he tells them, lays it out. Then they're like, oh, this is real. And then things, suddenly it's like better de-escalate, right? I don't know. That's how that situation reads to me. That's how it reads to me. You voluntarily come up to someone's room. Again, if a woman invited me to her room alone that I don't know, there's an expectation there of why I'm showing up. That would be my thought. Lady Rackets calls me up and invites me up to my room. I think I know what's up, right? I think I know what's going on. This idea that men are in complete power over women is insane. And that women have no agency in these situations is insane. Now, again, and the ultimate falling action of the story is they said they weren't interested, and it was like, okay. And then nothing happened. There's no Cinemax ending to this. There's no romance novel clothes ripping. There's no like dramatic Keanu Reeves. What was that Keanu Reeves movie where the two young women knock on the door and he's alone? That one. There's no like dramatic, and then they blackmail him with that sexual encounter. There's no like dramatic thing that happened. It was the anticlimax of the century. Literal blue balls, both in drama and reality. And we're mad about this? Like, people are angry? Like, this is a thing that merits some sort of punishment? Are we kidding?
And your intent in inviting them to your room was to have sex with them?
If they were consensual.
And did you want the two sisters to have sex with each other?
No.
Or just you? That'd be creepy, right?
If they were consensual. Just me.
And while you were engaged in this spec, had you ever had that happen before where you had consensual sex with more than one woman?
No.
At the same time?
No, sir.
What about after your engagement with Miss Speck broke off? And while you were engaged with Miss Speck, did you have consensual sex with any women at any conventions?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I don't remember.
More than 20?
No.
Did you ever have, while you were engaged with Miss Speck, did you ever have sexual relations with with a woman more than once?
Yes.
And who was that? We can make that confidential as well. We won't disclose it. You don't want to disclose it?
Well, it's not that.
You don't remember?
Do you really want me to just name people or someone? Is it? I mean, give me a second and I'll think about it. I mean,
agreement that these names will be kept confidential.
That's right.
Okay, agreed.
I can't seem to recall.
How old was
27?
And how long ago was it that y'all were having did y'all have a relationship as opposed to just sex one time?
Say that again, please.
Did y'all have a relationship or did you just have sex one time?
No, we developed a relationship.
And that relationship continued parallel to you being engaged with Miss Speck?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't disclose the existence of that relationship to Miss Speck while it was going on? How old were the twins when you invited them up for the liaison?
20, 21.
Guys, don't read anything into the idea that Miss Blue was named in this and Miss Blue was named in the other. I don't think that those are the same Miss Blue. I don't think that there was anything similar about that other than Miss Blue is just a choice redaction that's easy to go with. So that is not something you should read into. Miss Blue from Vic's story, the facts do not line up with that being Miss Blue from Ron's story. Okay, so don't draw that inference.
How were the twins when you invited them up for the liaison?
20, 21.
How old would you have been?
That would have been 40. I would have been, I don't know, 50, 51. I don't know.
Any other women? Well, let me back that. As far as you're concerned, the interaction with the twins was completely consensual.
Yes. There was very little interaction.
So you didn't. There was no kissing. There was no nothing.
No.
It was just a discussion, and then they left.
That's correct.
And were you disappointed?
Oh, sorry, I'll let him finish.
I suppose.
Was it fairly common for you to invite women to your room while you were at conventions?
Actually, very uncommon.
Okay, I want to pause there. A couple super chats to read through. Automata says, no one is to reply to Vic, hits me in the feels. This is back from the Rooster Teeth email. I can only imagine receiving something like that. By the way, maybe give BubbaCon a shout out whilst there's an audience here. Yeah, by the way, real quick, BubbaCon, where Vic will be attending, where I believe I will be attending, as well as other people. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I think some other YouTubers will be there. Also Chuck Norris, and looks like a great show. BubbaCon has been kind of attacked by Facebook. They took away their ability to do a lot of their advertising budget, calling them a racist organization, even though there's no race issues involved in BubbaCon. So very fun. I will have, hopefully, Chris, the CEO of BubbaCon, on the show very soon to talk about that, to talk about the show, and to kind of promote it. But check out BubbaCon. Looks like a ton of fun. Great guest list. Will actually probably blow your mind if you look who's coming. Dark Eternal 6 says, Plane of Peace, great stream. Lunar says, 9,000 viewers in under 20 minutes, 10K in under 45. You're doing God's work, Nick. Also, F in chat for the sanity of that Department of Homeland Security officer. They should sue for cruel and unusual punishment. Your Claude One Yellow Pearl says, by God, I'm waiting for J Bean, Leo Mayonnaise to say, let's go, Wilbur. As much of a cuck Soye is, at least he is safe from dying from a crushed pelvis from a walrus that tasted a gross Harry Potter flavored jelly bean. Good Lord. That was out there. Yellow Jagged S8 says the plot of Reservoir Dogs is different than I remember. And then Brian Dewey says it's been confirmed Vic is the first man to ever cheat on his fiance. How embarrassing. Coop says, Nick, this is painful to listen to on headphones. This lawyer's constant wheezing, chewing, sucking, lip smacking, and teeth cleaning with his tongue is driving me nuts. And then I think that gets us... Oh, here we go. Clifford McLarty says Lemoine needs to stop only talking while inhaling oxygen. Breathe, Lemoine, breathe. There you go. There you go. Did I say Bubba Con? I meant Bubba Fest. Bubba Fest. Gosh. Bubba Fest. Oh, man, sorry. Bubba Fest in Knoxville, Tennessee. All right, let's get back to this.
Was it fairly common for you to invite women to your room while you were at conventions?
Actually, very uncommon.
So the twins was kind of a one-off kind of a deal?
Yes. And again, the fact that I had seen them at 4 or 5 events over the years leading up to this, it wasn't like, I'm walking down the hallway and I point you. I want you, They were people that I had seen and spoken to and interacted with multiple times leading up to this event.
Also, Ty Beard is planning on attending Bubba Fest as well. Not Bubba Con, Bubba Fest.
Which is why I developed the impression that they were interested in me.
Did you ask them to strip for you in your room?
No.
And did Ms. Denbo communicate to you that the twins thought that the interaction was not consensual?
Yes. She told me that, yes. As I mentioned, she said, do you recall this, and forcibly kissing them? And no, that is not the way it happened.
Have you ever stated to anyone that you, in the last 10 years, that you hired prostitutes or escorts?
I have.
And who would you have said that to?
Oh, I don't remember who I said it to. I thought you were asking me if I ever have.
Well, that would have been the follow-up question.
Oh, sorry.
So the follow-up question is, have you ever hired prostitutes or escorts?
I did once, yes.
And when was that?
Probably 8 or 9 years ago.
Would that have been while you were engaged in the spec?
That would have been before.
So never during your engagement with her did you hire
No,
any
sir.
prostitutes? The behavior that we've been going over, is that consistent with your Christian faith?
No. I've made a lot of mistakes.
Have you ever made any mistakes with girls under 17 years old?
No, sir.
Have you ever invited any girls up to your room that were under 17?
No, sir.
Have you ever invited any girls up to your room that looked like they might be under 17?
No, sir.
Imagine your brilliant line of questioning leads you all the way to the conclusion that a Christian man would suggest that he's not perfect. Oh, you got him. You got him. You got him. Did you engage in non-consensual sexual intercourse with anyone? No. What did you do? I kissed one of them after I thought that we shared a consensual kiss. And then I asked others to have a consensual encounter with me, and they said no. Well, but how many times did you rape them?
Okay, so for purposes of the record, however we're handling it, I'm going to shift now to the Monica Rial allegation. So we discussed the first two allegations, the incidents. What did Ms. Dimbo tell you was the issue with regard to Mrs. Rial?
She said, do you recall being at an event with Monica, at a convention event, and eating a jelly bean that she had signed and saying, now I can't, well, Monica said, why would you eat that? You know, you're going to get ink poisoning. And I, off the cuff, made a joke that, well, now I can say I ate Monica Rial.
And that was the only thing that Ms. Dimbo communicated to
Yes,
you?
sir.
Did you think that was kind of silly?
Yes, sir.
And did you tell Mrs. Dimbo that you didn't mean anything by the jelly bean comment?
Yes, it was clearly a joke, and it happened in public in front of plenty of people. It was, dare I say, kind of like a show. You know, I mean, they're fans and they're all laughing and thought it was funny.
And you understand that Mrs. Rial has accused you of a far more serious incident than
I understand now.
But that was not relayed to you by Ms. Dimbo?
No, sir.
Why not? Now here's the conundrum, right? Here's the conundrum. If Ms. Denbo didn't bother to relay the story of the more serious allegations to Vic, did she investigate them? Was the investigation proper? Did he have an opportunity to respond? Was the investigation held up to the objective standards of the Texas Workforce Commission? Can you investigate something when you do not request the facts from the parties who would have any evidence of it?
Did you have any more conversations with Ms. Denbo after that initial conversation on January 25th?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Is it possible, right? Mr. Toye, do you think it's possible for an investigator at a company to collude with someone else to fire someone improperly? No, it's not possible. I mean, I guess it might be within the realm of possibility. Might it be within the realm of possibility? Might it? Didn't properly investigate. One phone call. No opportunity to respond to an apparently serious allegation. Is it possible that there was collusion? Doesn't put it in her affidavit. Doesn't provide a copy of the investigation report. Doesn't have a termination letter. Is it possible for civil conspiracy? Is civil conspiracy possible?
Did you have any more conversations with Ms. Denbo after January 25th?
I don't remember if it was her, but at the end of that conversation, the first one, she said that they would be in touch with me. And I don't remember how much time. I don't remember.
Harassment! They said they would be in touch. They harassed Vic. Sony harassed Vic.
Remember if it was her, but at the end of that conversation, the first one, she said that they would be in touch with me. And I don't remember how much time went by. I don't think it was more than a couple of days. And they called me, and there was more than one person on the line. And they said, we've reviewed the situation, and you're being terminated from Funimation immediately.
That came as a shock to you?
Yes, very much so.
Did they say anything about why? Other than they reviewed the situation?
No, I was a bit dumbfounded.
And so there was no, we believe them, we don't believe you, nothing like that?
No.
Now, did you, was it anything other than you're terminated and that's it? Was that not the phone call in? Did you ask them why?
Bear with me, Sean. It was rather a blow.
Sure.
And I think I said, I've worked for you for 20 years. I can't believe, based on what you asked me about, that this is an appropriate action. And I don't remember them saying much of anything in response. And they're like, all right, bye. I mean, I was a bit dumbfounded.
Right.
You feel like you've been hit by a truck.
Now, did you talk to anybody at Funimation after this termination? Have you talked to anybody about it?
Let me think. No.
And so as far as you know, the basis for the termination was the 3 incidences that they
That's
raised.
all I was told about.
Now, you would agree with me that Ms. Denbo did tell you not to reach out to any of the individuals that had talked to them, correct?
Yes.
And did you reach out to any of them after the fact?
Yes, I was terminated. Why in the world?
Okay.
Why wouldn't I? Especially a woman that thought I was friends with for 20 years. And in fact, all I reached out to do was to apologize and ask her what it was that I did.
Object is non-responsive after yes. Did you reach out to the twins?
Nope.
Did you reach out to?
No.
Let's make sure we strike. take care of that. Okay. And you sent an email to Mrs. Real, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever respond?
No.
Did you text or try and call her?
No.
Well, why don't we look at that email? Why don't we look at that email? Hold on, I'm getting there. Hold on. Getting there. Getting there. This is great. This is great entertainment. Hold on. This is all boring. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where is this stupid thing? Oh, come on. So we're looking for... Aha! Aha! All right. I've got the email. I've got the email. Sorry. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to bring you the best stuff. Trying to bring you the best stuff. So here we go. Let's just go ahead and read it, shall we? So this is on February 8th. February 8th. Dear Monica, I understand that I've hurt you deeply, and I'm writing to humbly ask your forgiveness. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what I did that would make you so angry with me, and I'm embarrassed to say that I honestly don't know. I hope you will share what it is with me, so that I may sincerely apologize. I've had to step away from social media for sanity's sake. A friend alerted me to your recent tweets. You've always been one of my most cherished friends in the industry. Feel it. Feel it, y'all. The thought that I have caused you pain is unconscionable. I am learning that I have not been good at discerning how I come across to others, and I am working on being better and doing better with the help of a counselor. I have been crushed under the weight of the events of the past 3 weeks, and am fully committed to changing the things about me that need to change. I sincerely hope you will find it in your heart to share with me what you're thinking and feeling. Regardless, please know that all the years we have been friends, all of the events, projects, and meaningful conversations we have shared are treasured ones, and I am gutted at the thought that I ruined something I valued so very much. There's Vic's email to Monica. Now, what were Monica and Ron saying about Vic getting a counselor, right? I'm not doing good, not been good at discerning how I come across to others. I'm working on being better and doing better with the help of a counselor. What did they say he was getting a counselor for? They knew, and they lied. They misrepresented why he was getting a counselor. He told them, and they lied. Again, and again, and again. All right. They doxed his email earlier. All right, here we go. Here's Monica sending an email to Colleen Carroll at Funimation. Because remember, he said she didn't respond to him. And she didn't. But she forwarded this. Colleen said, "This is what he always does. He's trying to use his charm to get out of this. He knows what he did. It's disgusting. And he was told by Sony not to contact me." Well, but then he was terminated by Funimation. So you breach a contract, you terminate a contract. Not really bound to that no contact thing anymore. They can't stop you from contacting someone. But there you go. That's, again, remember all that truth that they wanted out there publicly? All that truth that was going to come out? The truth, it'll come out. It's truth. We have the truth, right? Then why were you lying? Why were you lying? You had the truth. Why were you lying? Why haven't you put out that email anyway? Right? You had it. Could have put it out, but you didn't. But you didn't. The truth is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Vic reached out to Monica and apologized. I genuinely don't know what I did. I treasure our friendship. And the thought of hurting you is like the worst thing he can imagine. He knows what he did. He ate my jelly bean.
Okay. And you sent an email to Mrs. Rial, correct?
Yes.
Did she ever respond?
No.
Did you text or try and call her?
No.
When was the first time you would say that you understood that Mrs. Rial was raising the issue of some kind of what she considered to be assault in one of your hotel room? When did you first?
You mean the assertion from 11 years ago?
Yes.
The first time I'm sure you have all reviewed the tweets and stuff. The first week or two, Monica made several very vague references online. I have a story, it happened to me, and people would ask, and she wasn't really very specific for a week or two, I can't remember. And it was during that period that I emailed her and said, I've considered you a dear friend for 20 years. I'm so sorry. If I ever did anything to offend you, please tell me what it was. I didn't hear back from her. And then a short time after that was when she actually published publicly her account.
And what is your understanding of what her recollection of that event in your hotel room was?
I'm sorry?
No, let me do that. I'll do that later. No.
Yeah, do it later. And when you do it later, try doing it with any semblance of English syntax and structure and usage. Ugh. Couple super chats. Colin says, you getting that platinum membership for the convention? I look forward to meeting you. I'm not sure yet. Mithran Emmer says, Nick, for the benefit of the chat, can you explain why this deposition cannot be considered as defamation? Few people are asking. If you're asked to give, typically statements given in proceedings, as long as they're not perjury, are privileged. So same thing as why why a complaint, a petition or a complaint, or an answer document can't actually be defamatory, is because they're privileged. The court needs candor. The court needs candor between the parties, and they need to honestly assess their position. If people were able to sue for defamation after what was said in a court proceeding, then anybody who ever won a court proceeding because a statement was found to be true from their perspective rather than the other would have a cause of action for defamation. You double up every single court case. So that's just why they protect it. They add a privilege to proceedings. That way, it allows. There are ways to lose that privilege or waive it, but generally speaking, they're going to be privileged communication to allow candor to the court. Scully says, why didn't Ty ask Ron if his mortgage broker company sponsored any other conventions other than KamehamehaCon? Because that whole scenario seems fishy to me and would add an earlier date to the actions of Moronica. Maybe he doesn't want that answer. The outside in says, admitting to different mistakes works in his favor, right? Depends if the jury believes him or not. I think there's a good chance the jury believes him. Shows he isn't trying to hide anything and makes him more believable. Yeah, I mean, that's one way it could go. The other way could be, we hate this man for making mistakes. I mean, I know it's more likely, but you can never tell. And then finally, Seth says, what an absolute wretched snake Monica is. Kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
Did you talk to this termination with Miss Hansel after it occurred?
Sure.
And does she have any advice for you?
Not that I recall.
Do you know if Miss Hansel has any relationship with the Kiwi Farms that we looked at in Exhibit 10?
No, not to my knowledge at all.
And do you know if Miss Hansel has a YouTube channel?
No.
You don't know?
I don't think she does, but I don't know for sure.
And certainly if she did, you wouldn't know anything about her commenting about this litigation
No, absolutely
on that
not.
YouTube channel. We've talked about Rooster Teeth. We've talked about Funimation. Have you ever been investigated for your behavior at any other company or business that you ever worked for?
Not to my knowledge.
Hashtag Kiwi Farms. He doxed Kiwi Farms. Rude. Very rude, Lemoine, to dox the
I'm going
Kiwi
to hand you a
Farms.
binder that I've pre-tabbed with Exhibits 1 through 9.
Okay.
Right now, Exhibits 1 through 8 are in there, and I'll give you Exhibit 9 when we get to it.
Okay.
All right. And I'm giving your attorney Exhibits 1 through 8 as well. You talked earlier in the deposition about kind of this firestorm that kicked off about the same time that Dragon Ball came out. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You turn to Exhibit 1. I'll represent to you that Exhibit 1 is a tweet that I pulled off of the internet from a person who uses a Twitter handle at actually Amelia. Do you recognize this tweet?
I'm sorry, say that again, please. I was reading it, I'm sorry.
All I'm saying, I'm going to represent you. I pulled this off of the internet. And it's a tweet I understand that may have kicked off this firestorm about you. You with me so far?
Okay.
Now, looking at Exhibit 1, is this the tweet, or do you know?
I don't know.
Do you recall looking at the tweet back in January of 2019? Did you know it came when it came
The only
out?
tweet that I remember was one that said, sorry to bring this up on the day the Broly movie is being premiered, but I think it's time that Funimation stop casting Vic Mignogna for his misconduct, I think was the word they used. And shortly after that, they started the hashtag, and like I said, it just kind of picked up steam.
Right. And was the tweet on somebody's Twitter that you were following, or is that something
No.
somebody
No, sir.
told you?
Just somebody. There are lots of people out there.
Right. And so after that, would you agree that it kind of became, it went viral?
I suppose, yeah.
No. Do you know why it went viral? I mean, is there something about anything that you've done over the past 20 years in the voice acting community that would lend credence to people thinking that maybe you were a sexual assaulter?
No.
Eat a dick, Lemoine. What a. Will you please just admit that you're guilty? Please just admit that you're guilty.
There are an awful lot of fans out there who are really desperate for attention. And they often like to talk about people to get it.
And so your theory is that they make up stories about you sexually assaulting them to get attention?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't it be better to say I had sex with Vic to get attention as opposed to say Vic assaulted me?
Oh, I'm sure, give it time, or if you haven't seen it, I'm sure somebody out there would say that.
Interestingly, I haven't found much of anything about that. Maybe you guys have. I haven't actually seen much of that, which is, I find to be weird. I find to be weird because I figured, he mentioned having some sexual partners, that at least one of them would come out and be like, would decide that they had a bad experience. But that hasn't happened, which means Vic delivers. To be brutally honest, means he delivers. But no, they don't need. And Lemoine is demonstrating a clear lack of understanding of just how horrendously hideous someone like Mars Girl is, right? Mars Girl isn't even like, no one would, if Mars Girl came out and said, Vic Mignogna had sex with me, no one would believe her, because when they look at her, they throw up in their mouths. So no one would believe that. No one would believe the guy engaged to Michelle Specht, for example, looks at Mars Girl and says, I want a piece of that, and it's only a piece because I can't see the ends of her arms. Oh, they're scratching my back now. They looped all the way around the earth to scratch my back. No one would believe it. Mars Girl's story isn't even that Vic did something to her. Let's remember this. Mars Girl says she interacted with Vic on 3 occasions. 2 of them were uneventful and left her with neutral feelings at worst. The only event that left her with a negative feeling was not something Vic did to her. It was Vic in an elevator with a woman, apparently consensually, and Mars Girl felt uncomfortable benevolently on behalf of the woman. And that's because Mars Girl can't imagine being with a man. It's just how it is. So Jay Sean is missing the bus. He's missing the bus here on who and what type of allegations. He's trying to conflate it, but he's misunderstanding why everybody thinks this is nonsense, because at worst, I saw Vic put his hand on a woman's leg and she must have been uncomfortable because I'm an undesirable harpy. And I can't imagine a man putting his hand on my leg because I would chew his face off if he did it because I like bath salts or whatever. They can't imagine that an attractive woman, let me stop. I'm going to take that joke too far. They can't imagine that an attractive woman would sit down and an attractive man would sit next to her, put his hand on her leg, and that she wouldn't mind. Because they have to pay men to put their hands on their legs. Okay, there we go.
Just say I had sex with Vic to get attention as opposed to say Vic assaulted me?
Oh, I'm sure, give it time, or if you haven't seen it, I'm sure somebody out there would say that.
And that may or may not be true, right? You have had sex with...
Consensually, yes.
No. In fact, you've had sex with so many people consensually, you're not sure what the number is. And when I say people, I'm talking about people at these conventions, right?
No.
Do you know the number?
No, but it's not all at conventions is my point. I don't do that very much at conventions.
Where do you reserve that behavior for?
Where I choose.
Sorry. That's the mic drop chattest answer he could have possibly given. Dead to rights. No better answer he could have given. First of all, it's the factually truthful and like where you choose to engage in that sexual activity is not your, like, there's not like a place. Now I know the GIMP box may apply to someone like Toye or whatever. But for normal people, it's like, well, wherever it is, right? But he tweaks it just a little bit in that great way. Where I choose. Perfect. Excellently done. Honestly, no way to answer that question better. No way. Oh my gosh.
Where do you reserve that behavior for?
Confusion?
Where I choose.
Chad. Almost smiled. I think he almost smiled. One more time. Watch here after the where I choose. Cause I think I don't want to like expose Vic. That's not the job here, but I think he realized that he lives in a different world than Jay Sean Lemoine. In this moment, Vic realized for a second that he lives in a different world than Jay Sean. He got that pretty privilege.
Where do you reserve that behavior for?
Where I choose.
There it
Look
is.
at the bottom of Exhibit 1. I believe this is the first reply ever to this Amelia tweet. And she says, I've heard hundreds of stories about what a creep he is, and I'm always floored he still gets invites. Would you agree with me that that is defamatory?
Sure.
Right, and you, whatever definition you have of defamation, you would say that's defamatory.
Sure.
Do you have any evidence, any proof, any even indication that any of the defendants had anything to do with someone putting a tweet out about you in January 16, 2019?
I do not know.
And do you blame them for this tweet going out?
I have
Objection
no,
form.
I have no reason to.
Okay. And you would agree with me that this tweet going out harmed your reputation?
Not necessarily. Not at first. It was a cumulative thing.
Kind of a death by 1,000 cuts. You ever heard that phrase?
I have. That's probably a good example.
All right, let's turn to Exhibit 2. Are you familiar with an online magazine called Polygon?
I wasn't until this came out.
Polygon
Are you
BTFO.
familiar with the Polygon article written on January 25th, 2019, titled Dragon Ball Super Brawly Voice Actor Responds to Sexual Harassment and Homophobia Claims? Mm-hmm. You've read it before?
I probably did, yes.
All right. And when you read it, did you read it and think there's a whole bunch of things in here that are false?
Yes.
And when you read it, you thought there was a whole bunch of things in here that are defamatory?
Yes.
Have you sued Petrana Regilovic?
Not yet.
Do you recall if,
Great answer.
I'm going to say Mrs., but I could be wrong, Regilovic, did she reach out to you to speak on this particular article?
I don't recall.
Remember. All right. Would you agree with me? Did anybody email a link to this article to you and say this happened? Or how did you?
Well, again, your friends tell you things that are going on, and friends of mine told me that this had been released.
Right. Would you agree with me that this article being released on the internet hurt your reputation?
Sure.
Do you blame any of the defendants for the release of this article?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't know. At this point in time, I don't know whether any of them had anything to do with this article or not.
Okay. If you would turn to page 3
Yes, sir.
of Exhibit 2. You flipped over to Exhibit 3.
Oh, did I go too far?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went to Exhibit 3 instead of
Okay.
page 3.
All right, so page 2. Well, I'm sorry, it should be page 3.
Okay.
So exhibit 2, page 3. You with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. The last sentence on page 3 reads, Mignogna said he will stop his physical interaction with fans as a result. Is that a statement that you made?
Yes. No, actually, no. The statement that I made was I intend to alter my interactions with fans moving forward.
Okay. Have you done that?
Yes, I have.
Do you still hug and kiss your fans?
No.
Do you hug them at all?
They hug me occasionally, and it was funny because as this has been happening in the events that I've attended since then, I have never hugged anyone or asked them to hug me, but if a fan who is clearly an adult says, "Can I give you a hug?" I will look at my handler who is right here, arm's length away, witnessing everything, and say, "Did you hear that she requested a hug?" And I will usually do kind of one hand thing.
And do you restrict that to adults?
Yes.
Meaning you don't hug children anymore?
No.
You don't kiss on children anymore?
No.
Do you agree with me? That's kind of creepy, right?
No.
Not creepy?
Not when they ask you.
I mean, is there an age limit in which a child can ask you to kiss and hug on them and you say that's creepy?
See, when you say kiss, it sounds like something sexual, but somebody who is kissing a child on the forehead or the cheek as a symbol of kindness or appreciation is not meant in any sexual way.
Besides yourself, do you know any 50-year-old men that kiss children on the cheek or forehead that aren't their children?
I'm sure there are many.
I'm just asking if you know one.
No, I never thought to need to keep a record of that. I don't.
Again, the lunacy, of course, there are tons and tons, and especially men 50 and older, because it's not uncommon. It's not a thing. Women too, by the way, pinch the cheeks, kiss the cheeks. Men kissing the forehead is kind of a whole, women don't kiss the forehead so much, but the cheeks, absolutely. Italians, French people. This is so common. It's such unremarkable behavior that it's happened for most people's entire lives, and they don't even bother to categorize it. Different planets, man.
All right, turn to page 4. Second full paragraph, last sentence. It starts, organizers at conventions. You with me?
Joe Biden.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Organizers at conventions, meanwhile, shared stories of unprofessional behavior, such as overstaying his panel time and yelling at staffers. Any truth to that?
Occasionally.
And when you say occasionally, that happened every convention, every other convention?
No, occasionally. Not
Okay,
every
so
time.
Not a pattern of...
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't think I would be invited to 40 events, 30 or 40 or however many events that I've been invited to over the years if that was a regular pattern. There are exceptions to that when you interact with people or you discuss expectations leading up to an event and the expectations are not met and it causes problems. It can be frustrating. I have also apologized to conventions and organizers for getting frustrated.
Okay. What is Discord?
I don't know.
I've never heard of
I
Discord.
think it's an online thing.
Is it not, is it like some kind of app or something?
I don't know.
All right. Look at the third paragraph on page 4.
Wait, page. Okay, go ahead.
Right. The second sentence in the third paragraph says, leaked screenshots reveal that Mignogna took to Discord for his private fan club, the Risen Bull Rangers, last Saturday to encourage his fans to counter the accusations. The hashtag I stand with Vic rose in response. So my first question is, would you recall getting on some kind of online chat with your
I did a
private
group.
fact club?
I did a group chat. Yes.
And that was prior to releasing your tweet about the allegations? What? You follow me?
Which tweet?
Fair.
Guys, next time I talk to Vic, I'm going to make sure and I'll get him in touch with Kraut so he learns how to use Discord, okay? Okay.
Point. So, let's see if I got the timeline right. You tell me. My understanding is that there was a tweet on January 16th, 2019, when Dragon Ball Broly was released.
Yes, sir.
That's the tweet that's kind of erupted about you, correct?
I assume so.
Right. You issued a tweet on January 20th, 2019, basically apologizing for offending anybody and defending yourself.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Well, apologizing.
Okay.
I don't remember defending myself or anything. I apologized for any unintended offense.
Right. And then, but prior to issuing that tweet, you went online somehow with your online fan club to talk to them about what was going on. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that you were trying to do was rally the troops to defend you online. Do you agree with that?
No, sir.
Well, wouldn't you agree that you were trying to murder the children of Ecuador with your Risen Bull Rangers? Your Rangers tend to carry long-range rifles to murder children from afar. Is that true? Would you agree to that? Would you agree to that?
Well, why not? What's wrong with that? Why shouldn't you get on?
No, what I did was, if I may be clear, what I did was I encouraged them to speak of their positive experiences, because there were people online throwing a bunch of negative experiences around, and I felt pretty confident there were a lot more positive experiences than there were negative ones, and I encouraged people that had positive experiences to speak up and be heard.
Right. You went and rallied your troops.
I encouraged them to speak positively. I don't have troops any more than the people against me rally people against me.
How many people are in your fan club that you spoke to?
I don't know the exact number. I don't know the exact number, actually.
Would you agree with me that after you had this private chat with your fan club, that the hashtag I Stand With Vic arose?
I have no idea when that started or who started it.
Okay.
Real quick, Vic's getting frustrated. These are long days, right? They're not even to lunch yet. The end of this segment is when lunch occurs, I believe. And I think there's significant time left. We're only going to get through this one today. But he's getting tired, right? Needs a break. He had the one break earlier during this, but only one break during this entire hour and 20 minutes roughly. And had some really tough questions. Was been attacked by Jay Sean in several ways. He's getting a little angry. Especially when, well, so you're trying to rally your troops. No, actually, I wasn't. Because this is one of the things they're trying to do. They're trying to do this weird counter of he's harassing us. And that what they want to do is mitigate their defamatory interactions by pinning the need they felt to respond to other people onto the need to respond to Vic. Their problem, of course, is that Vic didn't respond to that. Vic didn't initiate communication with them. Vic didn't instigate any sort of action. Never asked anybody to do anything to anyone. So what they've got to do is take this, please tell people positive stories about me. Please just try and overpower the negativity with positivity. That was kind of the thrust of the request. And what they want that to mean is, please go harass and scream at people online so then they can justify their progressive degeneracy into more and more reprehensible accusations. That's what they're trying to do. It's not going to work unless Vic owns up to it and admits that that's what happened. The problem is that isn't what happened. So they're trying a trap. Their strategies here are blown out of the water because they've got the facts wrong over and over again. Might be because their clients are liars, or it might be just because they just don't have the facts on their side and they're trying to create them.
I'm going to show you what I pre-marked as Exhibit 26.
I actually was troubled when that hashtag was started because I just wanted it to die down, and I felt like that was just going to exacerbate it, but there wasn't really anything I had any control over.
Okay, I'll make a representation to you about Exhibit 26, that this is pulled off of the Risen Bull Rangers fan club page. You familiar with it? And what the first screen is, I've done some blow-ups.
Okay.
So we could see some of the language that you...
Jay Sean Lemoine has done some blow-ups. Done. That's it. Just clip it. Just clip. I've done some blow-ups. Oh man, no. Unfortunate choice of words there, Jay Sean. No. With that, I'm gonna take a pause to shield the GoFundMe real quick. I've done some blow-ups. Definitely blown up the GoFundMe, $220,837. Anonymous being the most recent donation, with Matthew Howell being the most recent donation with a name attached. Thank you guys so much for doing that. I've done some blow-ups.
Fan club page. You familiar with it? And what the first screen is, I've done some blow-ups.
Okay.
So we could see some of the language that you used. And then pages 2 and 3 are the actual screenshots, just so somebody could check my homework. You mean so far?
Okay.
All right, so February 19, 2019, before you issue a public tweet, you are tweeting, you are communicating in your fan club group, right?
Yes, sir.
And that group consists of people that like anime.
Sure.
And a lot of young women in that group.
All different ages and genders.
Okay. And one of the things that you wanted to make sure that they did was to do just whatever they could do to counter any negative communications out there about you, right?
Just to speak their own positive experiences.
Oh my God, are the X's to doubt his ability to blow up the blow up? Please tell me that's what all the X's in chat are for. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no.
I mean, not just speak their own positive experiences. You want them to do whatever they could do.
No, sir.
I mean, go online, start a petition.
No, sir.
Dox people.
No, sir.
None of that. You didn't want that.
No, sir.
Well, why do this?
Why do what?
Why go online and have your fan base try and rally the troops?
Objection form.
How about this? I'll just use your language. Why go online and say, do whatever you can do to counter all these lies and negativity? Why did you do that?
Because my reputation and work was under attack.
Okay. Now, as of January 19, 2019, the attacks on you were what? Or what did you understand them to be? What did you understand the attacks on your reputation and your work? What did you think they were?
I'm sorry.
All right, maybe I'm doing a good job.
What did I?
Was it that you were homophobic, that you were racist, that you were a predator? What was it that you were trying to get your fan base to counter?
The negativity in general.
All right. Any of your fans text or email or back channel you in some way telling you what they were doing to counter these lies and negativity?
I don't recall that any of that happened.
Have you ever used this tactic in the past where you encourage your fan base to go and counter people that were speaking negatively about you?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so this is kind of a first-time event, right?
This is a unique event.
We're let's go off the record.
And we're going off the record at 2:21.
All right, guys. That is the deposition segment for tonight. It is 2:40 a.m. I've got a lot of chats to address, so I'm going to start doing that. If you are one of the people who bows out of here before the chats are done or whatever, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Please stay tuned. I'm not sure if I'm doing a show tomorrow or not. There's some complications with I'll be mobile, and so we'll see how this works out. I will let you know. I will announce on Twitter, of course, and see. So hang out for a little bit with some chats, answer questions that come in through the chats as well. But then we'll wrap it up for the night. Monica's depot is after Vic's. So we've got Vic's depot here. Once Vic's is done, we'll do Monica's. Don't worry. It's all coming. It's all coming. I can't do more depot. I mean, the next video is another hour. This is a long one. And this one was an hour and 22 minutes. So it took the whole show. I'm going to try and do a show tomorrow night for more depot. Okay? If I can't, that it'll be because of complications with where I am. But I'm going to try to do it. So don't get me wrong. We're going to try and make it happen. Anyways, let's get back to these chats here. So we've got Kilo Bravo 777 says they're forgetting he is 56 years old and a Chad. Mithra and Emmer says, sure, J-Dolph. Tweets from randos on the interwebs carry the same weight as people he worked with for 20 years. Your strategy here is stupid and disingenuous. Yep, it is. It is absolutely stupid and disingenuous. We've got Gay and Still at Large says that email, that's why I donate. I don't care if my favorite lolcow gets sued. I don't care how much money Vic gets, but she read that and she still tried to kill this man. Don't forget, chat, every dollar is a message. We're still here and we don't forgive you. Mythos Irving says, if I was asked that question, I would answer, you got me. As the Hitler of Risenbull Rangers, I tell them to rape and gas the Jews, that did the disingenuous piece of trash. So there you go. That was a super chat that said the horrific things about the great people of Israel. So don't at me, bro. Okay. Where are we? Memology 101 says be a BA and make the depot videos available so we can edit a comparison between Soy and Vic. Maybe at some point. We'll see. Ryan K says, Mr. Rekieta, I am here on the behest of Mike Dumford of the law firm of Twit and to arrest you for legally using of these video recordings, transcripts, and exhibits of the depots. Anything you say can and will be used against in law Twitter court. Yeah, that's about how Mike sounds. Turbo Freak, a bunch of 8s and 4s. Can't wait to see more anger from the lawyer who can't get under Vic's thick skin. Spaz H20 says, hey, just wanted to know if you will be at Bubba Fest. I think so. Should be. I'm hoping to go and would also like to get some other celebrities there, such as Dan Green from Yu-Gi-Oh! And Steve Whitmire from the Muppets. What are some celebs you would like to see? I don't know what even is a celebrity anymore. Gay and Still at Large says, did Jay Sean not consider it might be hard to get a devout Christian to bear false witness? Insane Tofu says, Vic looks like he's about to cry when he's talking about how this has affected him. Not going to lie, starting to cry on his behalf. Well, there you go. Clifford McLarty, I'm sorry I missed this, says Lemoine needs to stop only talking while inhaling oxygen. Breathe, Lemoine, breathe. Jay says, funny that J-Dolph would find Vic suing suspicious and unacceptable. I wonder what his take would be if he was subjected to the same sort of struggle session forced upon Vic by his shit-stained clients. Very brutal language. Bad Dragonite says, this seems like an example of a guy who likes blowing a sandblaster, who has a name like Waluigi's orgasm sound, is just attempting to get sex addict into the transcript disingenuously, just to try and sway a jury by associating Vic with the phrase, of course. Jonathan A says, can I get a happy birthday shot for me? Just hit 30 years at work, so can't drink tonight, lol. Keep it up, rackets. To Vic. Yeah, I gotcha. We'll do the Texas whiskey. This is a better shooting whiskey than you know, like a fine scotch. It's a little more, here we go. That was some Jay Sean mouth action for you. Jay Sean mouth action. Ugh. Richard G says, you have to feel sorry for Lemoine deposing Vic. Vic is good looking, full set of hair and a golden voice. The opposite of Lemoine in every way. Lemoine. Sorry. Schwazoom says, when they ask, why don't you sue everyone else? Did other people not cause damages? Etc. Can't they just reply with, we reserve the right to sue anyone else in separate cause in the future? Yeah. Short Round says, AkivaCohen.com asking price 1 pound of Jew gold. Is that different than other gold? Oh, here, we can do this. Is that different than other gold? Short Round's bad police advice 6. If you hide your drugs way up your butthole, we will never find them. Seriously, no one wants to check your prison wallet. Everything you see on NCIS is true. Ask a defense lawyer. It is. I'm with you. Mythos Irving says, I love the nation of Israel. Was just saying what a POS that lawyer is. Night of OPEC says, Jay Sean Lemoine's paralyzed larynx. Quote, objection non-responsive. Jay Sean Lemoine's brain. Anytime a complex thought is presented to him, objection non-responsive. Jay Sean Lemoine's limp, ineffectual, non-wife-pleasing man parts. Quote, objection non-responsive. Talenseer says, Lemoine is a dickhead. How can he object non-responsive when Vic answers truthfully? What would the outcome of these fake objections be with respect to the jury? They would have to actually have a judge rule on the objection before that's even a concern. No, it's Rekieta.org, not Rekieta.com, guys. Hated 7 Days to Die says, every time Vic gets sad in the depot, I get sad. Effing snakes. Gay and Still at Large says, the Rooster Teeth question reminded me. I'm sure there's people sad that there is not and cannot be a list of people who will be sued. Just remember, getting things on record that looks bad to the people who you want to sue, who you want sued, that's a victory. Keep fighting. It is. Schwazoom says, hey, Nick, I disagree. Vic should not have said that Funimation touches little boys. Lemoine was asking about what Funimation does professionally. They touch little boys for fun. Gross. Short Round says, was the DHS agent Monica mentioned Gottfried Roser / Jeff Allen, the fake Special Forces mall cop? If you want to know more, visit GottfriedRoser.com or KickVic.com or AkivaCohen.com. It's Weeb Wars news for the day. If Kerry punched Lemoine, would he die? Yes. Citizen of Yarnum says, how long before Grandpa starts calling Vic Mussolini? Not much. Not much longer. Posh Hyena says, nasty old lawyer drowning in his own throat juices, sucks on a peppermint or some stuff, and poorly questions you ASMR roleplay, whether you like it or not. Snack Sheet says, Lady Rackets, you ever make any mistakes? Nick, I swear Vic meant nothing to me. I just got lost in his eyes. Books, Games, Pottery says, you know what strikes me about that email? Monica forwarded that email 20 minutes after Vic sent it. That's how much thought and consideration she put into his apology. Also, is it just me or does it sound like Funny only had one investigation, not two? Seems like there's lots of lies going around, doesn't it? Hated 7 Days to Die says, Funimation wants my money? I think not. Night of Hopek says, Jay Sean is tired and haggard individual. Clearly we need to do a GoFundMe with a travel agency to send him on a nice relaxing vacation somewhere in Africa. Oh, say maybe just west of the Nile. Once all this wraps up, you know, just for his health's sake. Mythos Irving says, I love Jews, just was saying what a POS that scumbag lawyer was. There you go. TLJ Screwjob says, not Colleen Clinkenbeard. Now I'm tempted to kill the character she voices in the game I'm playing through, and it's worse because it's her actual voice. Lighter note, Lady Racket's recording Nick x Vic because Nick's crushing on Vic. Oh no. Bad Dragonite says, oh, excuse me. Old man Waluigi's narrative so far. Vic is a Nazi leader rallying his Nazi troops to stamp down women and assault children. It's basically a very similar narrative used against Trump. That's totally worked out well so far for opposition. There you go. Orpheus for the win says, what happened to the Cuck Lightyear mugs? They're Cuck Ranger. They're still there. They're actually, I see them at the bottom of the stream. But they do say Cuck Ranger. So you can check that out. Why? You'd have to ask the art guy. Little Lamb Adventurer, thanks for donation. RM Eki Lover says, Soy Boys and Whammon, why can't I destroy you? Chad, Vic, you forgot to say please. You can destroy planets, but you cannot destroy what I am, friend. Scorpio04, thanks for donation. Austro-Hungarian Strat says, if Vic has been a public figure for these past 20 years, and only in light of the most recent allegations had his career and reputation ruined, wouldn't that necessitate defamation? How do they win? It does. It seems to fulfill the element of damages. User Matra Setapenre says, Dep of Monica Real. Ty asks question. Casey, object to form. Ty, I object to her form too. Nick, please read all such as objection to her form. I'll try to remember. Liftcast says, have my free super chat. Can't wait for more Depo. Ben Mendoza says, Toye wants the bull to finish in his soy hole. Gross. Caldeo the horse says, thoughts on NBA becoming a kick Vic stan by saying dumb stuff. First he disrespects Etika, and now he's somehow calling Vic some sort of predator. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Alex Neves, thanks for donation. NBA is a drama channel, so he might just be dealing in drama. No idea. Tyler Piscaglia, first super chat courtesy of YouTube Premium. Hey, thank you. Dr. S says, I was told there would be snacks. What gives? Well, Ron's late. Colonel J says, hey, Nick, when you go over Monica's deposition, can you overlay her body with the word fat in big bold letters for the whole show? Thanks. I don't know if I have the video editing skills, but maybe. We'll see. Blaine20 says, sifting through Lemoine's hentai is illegal. Got it. Bowser J's descendant says, hacking the Iron Lung is one thing, but sorting through all that hentai, I hope you didn't hit a certain story known by the number 177013. I don't know what that means, but I'm intrigued. Rocket Roundtree, thanks for the donation. Yethna P says, guys, do you realize that according to Jadolf, if he has a fan club that calls him Führer, then he is somehow maybe a little Nazi or something? Rando number 9 says, X in chat if you plan to storm Area 51 in September. It comes in pints, games, and more. Says, Nick, I just put on a new batch of mead today. Once it's done brewing, I'll be looking to send some to you, Ty, and Vic. Lady Rackets might like this one being a sweeter peach-flavored mead. Ooh. Sounds great, buddy. Anxious to try it. That reminds me. Oh, man, I got to get Dick on the show and have the $20 million malt. Rocket Roundtree, thanks for the donation. Lil Poo Poo says, I hear Lemoine's favorite hentai is Boko no Pico, right? Maybe. Harbinger345 says, a deposition is vid copyrighted? Court record and a public trial copyrighted? Now, to be clear, these deposition videos have not been filed into the court record. Once they're filed into the court record, they're part of the public record, and copyright protections basically end functionally. There is probably a copyright on this video. Absolutely. Well, I don't know if it's a defendable copyright, but copyright just basically says when you create something and put it into a recordable medium, it's copyrighted. But that doesn't mean you have a protectable interest. That doesn't mean that the interest isn't subject to fair use and all those other things. In what universe is he living? That question is a good question because the practical matter is there's no danger here. And he's overlooking a very real problem with his analysis. Rights are transferable, including copyrights, in multiple ways. Aegis Thomas says 1/3 kind of sad that Vic's already been replaced as Crow and Ruby. Now it's unlikely for him to get the role back in a later state settlement. Anyways, 2/3, is it weird that a selfish part of me wants Vic's case to go all the way to the court? No, it's not weird. It may be expensive, but settlements will always leave a 3/3 sliver of doubt about his innocence. Going all the way and getting a verdict would exonerate Vic beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that weird? No, it's not weird. And I'm telling y'all, for anybody who's not paying attention, on the defense side, you get through TCPA. You make Vic spend all that money on TCPA, and I guarantee you settlement gets more expensive than whatever it is now. Matthew Farley says, when will we be getting a Vic is a unicorn shirt? That's a good one. I don't know. AP Atheist 666 says, nice copyright you done got there. Be a shame if Nick didn't give a poop because it's fair use. And it is fair use. Absolutely. Mike Dunford suggesting that the case law weighs against this being fair use is absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Well, it's a full work. Yeah, it's a full work, but we're adding significant content to it. And no one is watching it thinking it's just a substitute for the deposition. Cherish Williams says, if Ron and Monica manage to conceive a child, Ron will nourish the baby with his soy milk. Also, Jay Sean sounds like the fake mom from Us. Have you seen it? No, I haven't seen it yet. VAWBC Carey says, guess you can't. It's okay. No, yeah, sorry. I just cannot. I can't donate to the GoFundMe. Too much risk. Voken Dodenok says, it's over 8,000. Kakarot cake. Bruce Rodriguez says, Dark V is gone. Man, he was one of the good ones. Tamch89, thanks for donation. Jonas Traber says, having some Aberlore 12 years like you suggested on stream the other day. Very good stuff. Also gave you the GoFundMe after watching Soy for nearly 10 hours, knowing I will never get that time back. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Harbinger345 says, my goal in life now is to kill Nick with a GoFundMe name. Nick Thorne says, make someone's day, even if it's your own, not anyone on KickVic. I could see Vic saying that. Charlie Spurs says, what did Chris Sabat do to Sean Schemmel? Not my story to tell yet. Chiral M, thanks for the donations. Name withheld says, Marky will have to break open that coin purse she was born with to pay legal bills. Shadowbox Gaming says, Mr. Lemoine sounds like Darth Vader with asthma. If he didn't scrap all the R2 units, his voice would probably wouldn't sound like crap. Tank Theta says, Plushie is a massive hono suck. Cass the Cat says, random thought, Twitter hacks calling Ty by his first name to disrespect him. But this just gives us the opportunity to call Ty No Mercy Percy, LMAO. Do you think calling Ty Percy on Twitter disrespects him? Ty grew up with the name Percy in East Texas and was a year ahead as a kid in school. So he's the smallest kid in his grade and his name Percy. Homeboy got beat up way more than you guys will ever be able to intimidate him. Also, got a black belt in Taekwondo back in the 80s when it was a little rough. So I don't think he's too worried about asthmatic Lemoines or Mike Dunford's. Literally no one would be physically intimidated by Mike Dunford. Oh my gosh. Squirrels walk to Mike Dunford. Chuck Mung says, what is Vic's tax liability accepting GoFundMe money for paying his bills? Is it income or capital gains or gift? That's between him and his accountant. There's an argument for all three. I would assume they'd make the argument that it's a gift. Intimidator0108 says, I know that you said that there's no prize for the GoFundMe names, but it was an honor that you read my cuck sensitivity and how to forget tweets first. Well, thank you. Or you're welcome. I don't know. Karite Sumatai says, thanks for always entertaining and informing us, Nick. Catching you live, enjoying some Hibiki Harmony and DGen mobile game farming. How embarrassing. Voken to Dinex says, donate to the GoFundMe and let loose the drums of war. Eduardo Ramirez says, hello, Mr. Scammer Lawyer Madude. Hey, what's up, buddy? Timecode Mechanic says, GoFundMe doesn't have the money. Got him. Look. Pub Test says, if GoFundMe ever gave money to the opposition of why the cause was created, it would be their last day in business. Yep. No one important says, watch. They'll be like, he's obviously lying. Bruce CT says, lawyers, where's the money you owe us? Ron Toye, I don't recall. Oh. David Valencia says, Nick, you're laughing at their idiocracy is awesome. Finn Frog says, the defense has an MO to grift the GoFundMe. Big brains. Tyler Piscaglia says, thanks for the great content, Nick. Your channel is the first that's ever been able to keep me entertained enough to watch 4 hours of content at once. Hey, thank you. It's my pleasure. Super Sentai Guy says, cheers, Nick. Having a shot of Crystal Head vodka. Good stuff. Forever229 says, grift me harder, Nikki. Donate to the GoFundMe, baby. Donate to that GoFundMe, baby. You want some rough donations? We can do some rough donations. Get grifted. Lunacy says, yo, you're the man. Thank you. Hey, my pleasure. And thank you. Thank you. Timothy Reaper says, Toye's Cut Catering, only the best for the bull. Finfrog, Jay Sean, Paper Rustler, Lemoine. Cosmic Drew says, Ron, a slimy eel on a wheel of lies. Hashtag eels on wheels. The Pale Hammer says, who the fug is this half-baked Clinton sound-alike? I did not. Do you recall being called Fuhrer by the Rasenbull Rangers? I've never been called Fuhrer in my life except when they wanted to, you know, like Monica. By the way, hey girl, you know I got a thing for fat Monicas. Why don't you look me up? I'm even older than Vic. I can still get down. You got any blue dresses? What up, girl? Let's see. The pale. Kilroy was here. Says deleting emails. Vic is Hillary Clinton confirmed. No, I don't think he admitted to deleting emails. Wither survives. Thanks for donation. Animator says time to see the Chad Vic bodying Soy Vader. I guess Vic is gonna 7-page mudda this dude. This is more entertaining than Soye's I don't know session. Shamu 13. Thank you for the donation. Oh, you guys like that Bill impression? N Signal says, "Grats on 10K. I'm playing EDF 5 and killing giant frogs right now. Very appropriate considering I'm listening to one talk for hours." Shamu 13, thanks for donation. Forever 229 says, "That's a yikes from me, boss." Casbina says, "Vic sounds like Scott Bakula." Jose M says, "Chuck needs to read The Art of the Deal." Forever 229, Shane throat is stretched real wide right now. Ooh. Nick Thorne, imagine how awkward it is when Shane and Ron both bring their snack trays, not knowing who is more of a YouTube censoring, but you can fill in the blank cuck. Versil says, "You feel sorry for Shane, but not as much as for his chair, right?" Oh, well, no one could. No one could. Criminal Imagination says, "A S blank blank addict Christian goes well like green on bread. Sex addict Christian goes well like green on bread." J-Mac Von Kaze says, "Drinking to the fact you're the best coverage of all this on the entirety of the interwebs. The Jameson shot goes out to you, Nick. Keep it up." Hey, thanks, buddy. Enjoy the Jameson. Snarkticon DM says, "Ron and Lemoine to Vic. We want your sex." Jennifer says, "Ron Soye said he can't remember posting his defaming tweets. Can't they be traced back to his IP address?" Well, they authenticated all of them. And that's all that ends up mattering. Robert Kaiser says, "How long do you have to tongue punch Monica's fart box to get a voice like Das Fuhrer?" Once. Once is enough. Asking for a friend. Also, just here to donate to Low T Greg Douche Baguette. Oh, it went to Nick. Oh, no. CPAP. AK Arbiter says, "The West Nile jokes from someone actually infected with it is proof our side has skin thicker than Ron's micro wiener," which isn't saying much. Rancine Hernandez says, "Vic, listen to G Veery by Bloody Wood. It'll pull you from depression. Hope you like rock. Read lyrics. Half the song is Indian." James Ridge says, "It still amazes me that Jadolf allows Vic to go on long monologues that always end up making him, Vic, look sympathetic and hurt Jadolf's defense." Son Pan says, "Please send a heart in the chat for Vic." Immortal Thor says, this dude seems to conflate non-responsive with not the answer I want to hear. To be fair, all lawyers do. J.A., thanks for donation. Ear Juice says, 2 dang days of editing Ron stream into 120 BPM bits. Song is nearly there after 5 attempts. You better bloody enjoy it. I'll post it in your Discord. Can't wait. Voltic Enigma says, only just got here and I'm greeted with the alpha Chad himself, Vic Mignogna. How are we all today? I'm feeling great. I'm good. Table says, expecting Lemoine to be a suave Frenchman. Now, I'm hoping EMS is standing by because he sounds like he's dying. Finfrog says, here's some cash. Go buy Vic a wrist abacus. I hear they're all the rage. James Ridge says, is Jadolf asking these personal finance questions because he really wants to know how Vic makes his money? Or is this a roundabout way to find out how his clients make money so he can follow up? They want to establish some facts for damages. They're just trying to get Vic to say that he didn't incur as much damages as he's representing or something like that. Snubbirth13 says, Nick, keep the 20. I covered the 10. Cool. Thanks. Oh. On the GoFundMe. Hey, thank you. Thank you for doing that. YamiFan1 says, I'm seeing him next month at Liberty City Anime Con. I'm so giving him a huge hug. You may want to check. You may want to check if he's still going to Liberty City Anime Con. I think they got bombarded. And I have information to suggest that Funimation may have been involved in that. And I tell you what, Funimation, I really hope that you were involved in that. Because if you're still interfering with Vic's contracts, Funimation probably just ruined your entire TCPA. Dumb sacks of trash. And I bet Ty is happy to buy the biggest pair of waders and ram them right up your stupid anus. And I bet Sony will be happy to put on a pair of waders and foot 5 him in your intestines when they ram their wader-laden boot down your mouth. But check on that. Check on that Liberty City Anime Con. He may have been uninvited. And if he was uninvited, you might want to express your outrage to them for being giant cucks. Blaine Cooper says, Ron Toye looks like the type of guy that enjoys his annual prostate exam. Twilight Dragon 03 says, Chris and Sean were jealous they weren't the main focus in the movie. Finfrog says, Mars Girl is an Enderman. Yep. James Bieniak says, does Casey bring the... Does end men and her men. Does Casey bring the snack tray for the Fuhrer? Seems like it. Casey's kind of absent right now. Probably because he got absolutely handled in depositions. Darian the Ghoul says, at a few cons for years, Vic has addressed the hate he gets online and always encourages fans to be a voice for good. What a monster, right? What a monster. Jester of Fire says, these defense lawyers have taught me that object to form equals this makes my client look bad, and object is non-responsive. You make me look bad, so let's try again. Am I wrong here? Maybe. I mean, in theme, not really. Hashiria R32 says, I have a new name for that guy, Fury Lemon. John Everyman says, Ty isn't objecting to form every question. Case is already lost. Poor Vic. Austin Hartless says, I think it's time to start an entertainment company named For the Fans as a middle finger to the gatekeepers who want to burn these people down. Stay tuned. The DCV Titan says, Vic's so hot he's giving Nick the vapors. Indie Visualist says, does Lemonhead have sour grapes? Also, why does Lemonhead sound like DP Gumby from Monty Python's Flying Circus? Electric Soup says, if you took a shot every time Lemoine says something dumb, you'd be dead from alcohol poisoning. Eddie Mouse 1000 says, sounds like reincarnated Don Knotts. Deep Throat says, the guy sounds like Principal McVicker, also first super chat. Hey, thank you, McVicker. Sargacon DM says, change their name to Boomer Teeth. Mike Lombardo says, a message to Sabat, Rial, and others who crossed Vic or who screwed Vic. F you. Forever229 says, makes me want to stop watching death battles since they are receiving Rooster Teeth's filth. CJ says, sounds like Jay Sean is making balloon animals during these mic drops. By the way, try the Macallan Classic cut. Cask strength comes out around Christmas every year. I'll see what I can do. Kildale the Horse says, NBA is going after I stand with Vic SSG Sammy for some reason. Snarkticon DM says, Monica, quote, I can't thank you enough. Cough, blowjob. Urban Phoenix Fox says, Rooster Teeth has gone downhill since Full Screen got them. Monty would be rolling in his grave. He wanted Vic as Crow. Screw these guys. No one important says, thank you. I'm a security guard, and I get this feel all the time. Look for bad guys and patrol for thief. Nah, let's go to calls on neighbors being too loud. Mr. DJ Fly Eye says, isn't Texas an at-will state? So by that regard, RT is justified to fire Vic irregardless of what excuse. Could Vic sue Rooster Teeth, though? It depends on what's in his contract. Because if you're an independent contractor and your independent contract has explicit termination provisions, you're bound by the termination provisions. So we'll see. Bladed Cloud 6966 says, hey, Nick, late to the party, but did Sony ever demonetize you from last night's live chat? Nope. Seems to be a mistake or a hack attempt or something. Snarkcon DM says, that lawyer angered my spaghetti. Spaghetti. The DCV Titan says, the important question, were they hot twins? Were they hot twins? I mean, hot's a stretch. They're pretty enough. Pretty enough. Snarkticon DM says, teach me, Sensei Vic. Ascension Comics says, the threesome makes Vic a double unicorn. Rogue says, Miss Purple equals Monica, I bet. No, they didn't redact Monica's name. Didn't redact. Captain Tarple says, my son asked who the old man talking is. Lol. 10 years, roughly, younger than Vic. Lore Runner says, here's a headline. Lanky late lawsplainer lambasts lame lickspittle lemeh. Vic ain't perfect, but a good man owns his mistakes. Hashtag I stand with Vic. John Doe says, Jadolf, damn, Vic kisses where I wish I could to practice kissing. Rogue says, add-on, Funimation on Facebook had an old video showcasing Vic visiting Monica, who seemed at the time happy to see him in an office. Coincidence? Lady Lavalin says, Vic is too damn fine. Vic is too damn fine. Finn Frog says, fooling around with twins like that isn't a crime. Defamation is, though. No one important says, why not? Hell, I'll take that offer, Vic. JXDBX says, streaming on a weekend, I'll reward this behavior. Cass Michael says, using ancestry sites, I proved Lemoine is a Jew. Voltic Enigma says, Lemon Body definitely had a raging hard-on asking if the twins would bang. Zimzan says, I need a quick rundown, Nick. What's happening with Vic right now? He was at deposition when you asked this. Whew. Finn Frog says, why would Vic need to tell them about his unrelated romantic encounters? Because it's deposition, you can ask anything. Orochi Taco says, how dare he have the sex with consenting people? Always problematic. Dustin Fitzfar says, I live in an area where I can go get gallons of Milo's tea. Want me to send you a pallet or two? No, thank you. Thank you. It goes bad too fast for pallets. Narcticon DM says, Jay Sean objection, almost there. SM Skorks 89 says, it's Bubba Fest, you boomers get it right. Snarkticon DM says, Vic is Eric Roberts from Mr. Brightside's video. Skaki Onsai says, I suspect that Michelle has more to do with this. Schizopathy says, Vic's not perfect Christian. Got him, case closed. Ninja Work 111 says, Vic is 56. Looking pretty darn good for that age. Dex Luther says, my God, Vic, twins. Drexel would be proud. B in the chat for Vic's blue balls. The Fuhrer probably got an erection, tiny as it is, hearing that story. Your Cloud One, Yellow Pearl says, just to be clear, Harry Potter jelly beans were made in 2021. They had flavors like grass and vomit, etc., because they repurposed them as Truth or Dare. I think jelly beans. Anyway, they were gross, Nick. Effing gross. Mallard Man says, if the 21-year-old twin had been to 4 events before, and events are once a year. No, it was 4 events that year. They were basically like following him convention to convention. It's possible he met her before she was 18. Not good for the case. No, you're misreading. They were 4 events that year that all happened. And voice actors know who these ladies are. Jay says, I have a problem with you. Toye deposition was like those drag queens reading to kids. Nobody wants to see that. Sorry. The Outside In says, congratulations, Moron, you win. You got the truth to come out. Vic is a human being with weaknesses and mistakes and feelings, just like everyone else. How dare he? Randstein Hernandez says, Monica, fall. Fatal System Error says, the truth, let it set you free. Animator says, audience in Diavolo's voice, Monica, you have genuinely angered me. Shadow Roger 13 says, damn, that email hit you right in the feel. Voltic Enigma says, that email broke my heart. I hope Monica is sued for everything she's worth and then some. Still not much. Hope this lawsuit buries her. Warren Maris says, where can I find the raw deposition footage? Wouldn't you like to know? Like to review it independently, but Ken, I am disgusted with what I have seen so far. What a farce. Snubbirth 13 says, I'm curious though, Nick, doesn't his sexual history arm his accusers? You think this will hurt him? It doesn't really arm his accusers for what they're accusing him for. They're not accusing him for a consensual sexual history. Shadow Rocker 13 says, sorry, meant feels. Isolation says, can we request that the Fuhrer stop rubbing the mic against his taint as he reaches up it to grab documents? Yakasi says, I just got here. Why the hell is dude eating during a court case? WTF? No idea. Yellow Flash 2 says, Mars Girl lawsuit, please. Why you want that? You want that Volkswagen. Rocket Ship says, Nick, baby, look at you. I first started watching you when you had less than 10K subs. And look at you now. I love your live streams. Keep up the good work. Just don't burn out on us. Not planning on it. Living Shadow 2009 says, Mars Girl has followers by the thousands and has friends in A&N. Why wouldn't it go viral? Rando number 9 says, I wouldn't even rape, R-H-A-P-E. I wouldn't even rape Mars Girl, Carl Sargon of Akkad Benjamin. Snarkticon DM says, Monica. Yeah, I did have a little narco there. Little narco, sorry. Monica is like Snickers, packed with nuts and always satisfies. Palix Tobin says, Mars Girl's my sleep paralysis demon. Mike Lombardo says, I truly, truly hope and pray you evil and vile people get what the hell you deserve. I'm not standing with Vic because he's perfect, but because from day effing one, I strongly believe you people are lying. And they are. They are. No one important says, if anything confirmed for Vic being a Chad, it's this. Blue Tan says, they're not defending themselves against the defamation, but they're still trying to portray Vic as a sexual offender without proof, without final judgment. Is not that malicious intent per se? No. No one important says, stop, Vic, stop. He's already dead. Tom says, every president of the U.S. kissed babies. Agile Coast 1 says, hey, Nick, first super chat. Loving your coverage of this case. Also, I tagged you in a tweet that I think you and everyone will get a kick out of. I'll have to try and find it. Blade 100 says, has he ever been to Europe? That stuff's common. Yeah, of course he's been to Europe. He was just in Dublin. Yo Mama's House says, Vic is about to go Super Saiyan on this punk. William Vanilla says, isn't it common, for politicians to kiss babies? No one important says, clearly nobody's shown Lemoine love as a child. Jay says, Jay Sean has been told what to ask. We're going to get to that. Narcticon DM says, which sister is Lemonhead, Patty, or Selma? Oh. No idea. GJ Grimmick says, he kissed my forehead, 2018 Anime BluesCon, after we had prayed together and I thanked him for his role in bringing me back to faith. It's not creepy, it's support and compassion. Finfrog says, Mr. J. Sean, were you married, engaged, cucked? When you did those blow-ups? The gun kid says blow-ups would be, oh, dang it. Lost it. Blow-ups would be the only thing light enough for him to lift after his dance with them mean old skeeters from out west now. Material Defender, thanks for donation. Chris Jablonski says, they got us. Vic's getting antsy. We lost again. Chris Nemo says he does not condone aggression. We do it anyway. Beta Ray Tasty says, J-Dolph, if you look at Exhibit A, I've done some blow-ups. Vic, sir, why are you showing me this? Scoop says, the contrast between this and the hack job released by Beavis and Butthead's Principal McVicker here is embarrassing. Yep. Voltic Enigma says, did they go to SeaWorld for Monica's depot? Karite Sumatai says, hey, Nick, just wanted to say, oh, wait, I read that. That was weird. Todd Peterson says, Vic at end, it's unique, just like me, a unicorn. Fatal System Error says, Jay Sean Lemoine is synonymous with shyster. Trivia Aficionado says, so can Ty talk to Vic during breaks and stuff? Yes. Ty can't advise Vic on answering specific questions or give him advice for the deposition, but during breaks, yeah, they can talk. That's why they have to answer the question before a break. James Ridge says, J-Dolph asking details of how Vic makes money came across as him fishing to find out how his own client makes money than it was about Vic. Oh, that's why. There you go. That's funny. Russian Anime Bot says, this super chat brought to you by 222 Gong Gang. RRU. Keep up the good work, Nick. Hey, thanks, buddy. Felipe M says, with the rallied the troops thing, Vic corrected him saying he didn't rally the troops. But then he asks again with the same wrong word, but Vic doesn't correct him. Can that be used against Vic? Not well. Not well. Heat Hawk Noob says, good morning, Nikki Chan. About to start my route. Hope everything works out for Vic. Me too. Bad Dragonite says, Vic delivers. Large Italian sausage, I'm guessing. Anime Moon says, no, Boku no Pico is Ron's favorite hentai, people. Felipe M says, how much can Vic get when he wins? They're asking for $2 million. We'll see. Disabled Llama says, dang it, Nick, no one is supposed to know about the rifles being used to the Rangers. That was privileged information. No! Panina Chan says, check your email. Someone is trying to contact you. Oh, okay. Matthew T says, keep up the awesome work. James Michael Doyle says, Vic had sex with me. Totally not gay, though. I was still here in Canada and he was still in Texas. We used arms girl to Dutch rudder. Wang is still bent from gorilla grip. Enjoy that mental image. Aisha Fraser says, define Chad. Look at Vic. Jedi Knight Tigger says, Funimation, quote, you should be torrenting. Bad Dragonite says, stream doing the Lemoine voice wearing the lips. Oh, God, that sounds difficult. DCV Titan says, wait, didn't Casey get handled in depot over the next 2 days? Wasn't the depot order Vic, Ron, then Monica? Yes. He shouldn't have been savaged yet. He shouldn't have been savaged yet. No, he wasn't savaged at this time. I'm just saying he seems to be savage now. Finally, Blaine20 says, that's it. Vic is guilty of being a serial kisser. Monica missed those kisses while kissing Ron for 5 years. It all makes sense now. She hates how charming he is. She can't resist his charm, but she goes home to a guppy. Keaton says, 1,000 Suns will save Vic and not the GoFundMe. So Lemoine doesn't need to worry about the money. Nobody thanked me. There you go. And then that umbrella guy says, Yellow Flash 2 wants Mars Girl's dirty bug confirmed. Ew. Ew. Let's see. TLJ Screwjob. Oh, let me start the outro. TLJ Screwjob says, Lemoine, I remember when they first invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it. SpongeBob, FYI, Nick, you boomer. Never really got into SpongeBob. Noah McDevitt says, Nick's depot, Lemoine. Did you call Ron a cuck? Nick, no, I called him a tray-bringing cuck, a piece of garbage, and a beta soy boy. And then finally, Citizen of Yarnum, in Lemoine's voice. You know, back in my day, I could just shoot you if I don't like you. Then Lincoln gets shot in a theater, and suddenly that's frowned upon. All right, guys. Thank you for watching tonight. I gotta peace out. I'm literally gonna pass out if I don't peace out. So y'all have a good night. I will announce tomorrow what's going on with the show. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Peace. Peace. Peace.
Make sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of bow, more love for the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear lawsplaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear lawsplaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed